And here we go, Low Ink Day 2, September 2020. We are back here for Top Cut, and it is going to be exciting. My name is JPEG, and I am joined by Toxic. How you doing, Toxic?
I'm doing fine.
There you are. Yeah, so we're going to have some exciting games. But before we dive into it, I have a couple announcements to make. So we are going to be doing some sticker giveaways after rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4, plus an additional 5th sticker giveaway in one of the losers rounds if we can catch one of those. So if you want to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is type in ! giveaway and you'll be added to the pool of people that we'll draw from. And right before Grand Finals, we're going to be giving away a $60 eShop gift card. Right before Grand Finals, so definitely don't miss out on that. That is the giveaway you want to be taking part in. IPL has other tournaments coming up later too. So later this week, Testing Grounds is returning October 2nd at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Testing Grounds is a bi-weekly tournament running on Friday nights. The series is aimed to give teams and viewers a platform for finding and testing new teams for tournament play, as well as get more involved with competitive Splatoon. Testing Grounds follows a very similar format to Low Ink, so if you like what you're seeing here, you definitely want to consider checking out Testing Grounds. Our weekly Swimmer Sync is taking a break this Wednesday, so there won't be a Swimmer Sync this Wednesday, but next week, we're returning for more Swimmer Sync action October 7th. Stay tuned for that. We do have a player survey that we want to check out. If you are interested in helping out IPL, we can use this data to better improve our tournaments. In the chat, I posted a form if you're interested in filling that out. The survey will be used for future tournaments and helping improve our map lists. So for Low Ink Day 2, we are following Alpha Bracket, which follows a double elimination format where all winner bracket rounds are best of 5, grands will be best of 7, and losers bracket rounds will be best of 3, while losers finals is best of 5. For our first round, we are going to be watching, let me pull it up here, Squid Row versus Symphony, and the bracket just started a couple minutes ago, so we're going to get these players in the room real soon. Toxic, what do you know about these teams?
I know a lot about Symphony because to me, team and Symphony a lot, so that's interesting. What else? Squid Row.
Yeah, both these teams have appeared in Low Ink multiple times before. Symphony stands out. They've been a very strong team, but Squid Row, we've seen it before, as far as I know. But both these teams are seeded 8th and 9th, so it's going to be a really close game.
Yeah, I expect at least a game 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a real close one. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two teams have to offer. Let's take a look at our maps real quick. So we are starting off on Mako Mark Clam Blitz. This is a pretty small map for Clam Blitz. That's kind of the standout feature. This could be a pretty quick game if any of these teams play their cards correctly.
Yeah, but I think Macklemore is one of those maps. Even if you get blocked, because there are so many escape.
Yeah. But yeah, next up we are looking at Anchovy Rainmaker, Snapper Zones, Piranha Pit Tower Control, and Wahoo Clams. Pretty well-rounded map list. I'm going to test the limits of both these teams.
Yeah, I'd say definitely Clam Blitz is going to be patience.
We almost have both teams in the room, so once we have them, we'll get started. Kicking off Low Ink September 2020 Day 2. I'm gonna actually look at where these teams placed last month, if they did play last month, real quick. Because I am interested, because Alpha Bracket, very, very competitive bracket here. Out of what, like, we got about 70 teams this month. I mean, if you're in the top 16 out of 70 teams, it's going to be extremely competitive here. And again, after this round, we will be doing a sticker giveaway. So definitely check out our stickers and use the command !! giveaway if you're interested in winning some of those. We'll be drawing those after most of the winners rounds. Okay, Both teams are in the room, readying up, getting their comps ready.
I'm wondering what each team will play.
Yeah,
Especially for a backline.
Yeah, I don't recall what both these teams play, so I'm interested to see what these teams have to offer here.
Because I know for a fact KO is a Charger player, but I'm wondering which Charger will he play.
Yeah. So I am seeing Symphony did get 5th in Alpha Bracket in low in July 2020. Very respectable spot. Squid Row themselves are a very strong team. I think this is going to be a very, very strong start to day 2.
Alright, waiting on one more person, and then we'll get right into the match.
Alright, going into a kickoff game for low in day 2. Symphony versus Squid Row. Seeing that fire fin, you were talking about that Charger player, KO.
Yeah, from the side of Symphony, it's a very, how do we say, a very standard.
Yeah, very standard. Nothing really stand out here
for compared to Splatoon.
Yeah. But looking at the side of Squid Row,
that's already 2 down for Symphony.
Oh wow. Yeah, but looking at Squid Row, Squeezer, Tri-Slash, they stand out to me. They're not bad picks. They're just, compared to Symphony's more standard comp. And I am surprised to see 2 backliners on.
Yeah, I'd say the Tri-Slash.
Yeah. It is surprising to see backliners. Even though I'm a backliner myself, I'm very biased. You don't really see backliners on Mako Mark Blankets. At least from what I've seen. Already seeing down to 39 points with not even a minute into the game.
They're coming out of the gate swinging. They do not want to lose this.
Yeah, this could be a KO right here. 1 minute down. But looks like Symphony has it under control, trying to get that mid control back. Yeah, no one from Squid Row is near that basket.
Yeah, I definitely think the Tri-Slosher is a good pick. Especially for some side.
Yeah, especially considering those more raised platforms in mid. I think Tri-Slosher is a very strong pick to deal with those situations. But looks like both teams trying to fight for mid here.
Symphony does go 1 down.
Yeah, Squid Row is slowly but surely getting towards that basket. And I think we could see the KO real soon.
Did they pick it up? Oh, they do pick it up.
But they do break the basket, but I don't know if there's anything to follow it up with. But that's more time. That's more time Squid Row is pushing that Symphony isn't, if that makes sense. But now it looks like Symphony has a chance to break the basket. He goes 3 down now. That's not going to be much of a push there, especially with 2 power claims going down on the field. About halfway through the match, it's not looking too good for Symphony. They're going to have to make a substantial push to get the lead here.
Yeah, especially with that first push being so impactful.
Yeah, 3 down on the side of Symphony again. Squid Row seriously getting key picks. They're doing a good job picking people at the right time, which is such an underrated strategy, and they do win.
And that's game.
Quick KO. But Squid Row, I've noticed they don't really go for picks. They get picks in a group, meaning Symphony goes down 3 down at once, meaning Squid Row could just easily get that KO.
A very good match from Squid Row.
Yeah, very strong start for Squid Row. I would definitely be a little scared of their. If I were Symphony, I would definitely be a little scared.
I'd say they need to really don't push in too much because
Yeah. Yeah, you see Clan Blitz very coordinated mode, and you see Squid Row's amazing coordination. I'm interested to see what they do for Rainmaker, because Rainmaker could also be a very quick mode.
yeah, it's either 1 minute or 5 minutes. No in between.
Yeah, that's what I like to. That's what I like to say. We've seen so many long Rainmaker games. We've seen so many short Rainmaker games, and I think what we saw with Squid Row earlier, this could be really short if Symphony doesn't change up their playstyle. Both teams ready to start game 2 of this best of 5 set. Pretty similar comp from Symphony.
There is a jet sculpture, so that is a key change.
Yeah, Squid Row opting for that C-Jet. C-Jet gets Ray incredibly quickly if you're not aware. You're going to see it right here. They already have Ray.
There's Ray.
Yeah. Both teams have Rays, but what's really going to make the difference is how quick C-Jet gets the Ray. You're going to see this Ray, like, every 5 seconds.
Yeah, but they go R2 down right off the bat, so this may...
Yeah, Symphony definitely with a stronger start than what we saw last game. It is entirely possible that Symphony's just that much better at Rainmaker. We've seen teams that just aren't good at certain modes, but are way better at other modes. So, not the strongest push off the start. Squid Row did a good job getting stopping that potential strong first push.
Yeah.
Now they're gonna retaliate.
This maybe is lead.
That is the lead. That Ray did stop them. 66 points.
Oh, so again, I feel like there's always at least one down, or maybe even two down for your side of Squid Row.
Yeah. Again, 66 points isn't that big of a deal. So Symphony could definitely overtake that lead. Again, a KO is totally possible. Seeing both these teams play style. Seeing that jet go up on the side. Stuck in mid, trying to get into Squid Row's base.
This Squid Row. But they should get this kill.
Yeah, 3 down instead of Symphony. I think they're just gonna pick it up and run for it. Yeah, Rainmaker doesn't have a whole lot of support, but I think they're just focusing points for now. Sniper getting a couple key picks on the side of Symphony. That's going to allow Symphony to ease into mid, get that mid control back. That's the first step to getting a push ready, as they do have the Rainmaker. Seeing a Ray fight here, and Symphony's Ray does take out Squid Row's Ray, allowing Symphony to keep that Rainmaker for just a little longer. About 2 minutes left on the clock. Symphony's gonna have to make a pretty substantial push here to regain that lead. 3 down on the side of Symphony. Oh, and that's a delayed wipe for Squid Row. Now having an opportunity to extend their lead or just delay a little longer so Symphony won't be able to push. I think they are opting to extend their lead a little bit. Lots of picks on both teams. It's definitely getting a little messy near the latter half of this game. Rainmaker's in a pretty weird spot for Symphony, I think. Squidrow. It's a little hard to tell.
Ooh, that is a kill on. That is their armor gone. So this may be a chance for Symphony to push up.
Yes, 1 minute left on the clock. This might be their last push. But Squidrow has all their special
saves. Go down.
Yes, that's an incredibly important thing to do. Make sure those. Oh! They had him saved, but they didn't use him to their fullest advantage, and Symphony gets the lead.
That is the Rainmaker.
Yeah, that Rainmaker
pop.
Yeah, do not underestimate that Rainmaker pop. It will wipe if it needs to. But Squidrow, really, no hesitation. They are in Symphony's base. They're going in, getting some trades, but oh, the Rainmaker does go down. I did not notice that. But they were going in, all hands on deck. Get that Rainmaker pushing. 8 seconds left on the clock. I don't think either team has any opportunity to make a last push. And that is it. Symphony taking that lead last minute.
The Rainmaker pop really carried that game.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of that. If I were Squidrow, I'd be definitely a little disappointed getting that lead and securing that lead for most of the game, but losing it to the Rainmaker pop, that's just gotta be unfortunate. Next up, we are looking at Game 3, Sniper Canal for Splat Zones. Definitely an odd map. You know, this is a weird map to play zones on because those slopes around the map are a little awkward to play on, but nothing these teams can't handle. Both teams have proven that they're incredibly skilled.
I feel like the more standard comp will
think the more standard comp will prevail.
I said struggle.
Oh, struggle. My bad. Yeah. You know, on maps like this, you gotta get creative. You gotta try something different. You know, I looked something like Black Belly zones where you see comps that are just totally different. Something you never see. And you know, something like Snapper zones, you gotta just switch it up a bit to have a strategy that works out.
Yeah, but also using standard comp, if you feel confident enough, you can win.
Yes, yeah. That's the thing. You gotta make a comp that just works for you. You shouldn't really follow what's standard. We've seen teams that just have something totally out of left field, but it's worked, and that's what you love to see. You gotta try stuff. You gotta do what works for your team. Starting off Game 3 of this best of 5 set. Nothing on the line yet, but both these teams definitely want as many points as they can get. Symphony opting for the E-Leader. I think that's a good pick here. Range definitely helps out a lot. While Squidrow opting for the heavy, that's going to make a big difference. Having that range difference between the backlines, see, we're seeing it already. KO, really talented sniper, getting some key picks early on in the game. But I think, you know, a lot of times on a map this big for zones, I think the range can make a huge difference. But Symphony, really strong start here. Already trying to push up a little bit, and we talked about this earlier. It's a little awkward to fight on these slopes around the zone.
Yeah, it really makes a difference.
The Squidrow slowly but surely getting that zone cap and pushing into Symphony spawn. It's looking to be a close game here. Lots of little 1v1s going around here. Wow, a wipe on Squid Row by Symphony. That's going to be crucial, especially with that penalty out. They're going to get tons of points from this. About 50 points left from Symphony. Squid Row is going to really have to use all their specials at once here. It looks like that's going to be happening, but Symphony's getting those picks that they need, getting rid of those specials before they have an opportunity to use them. That's going to be a wipe on Squid Row again. Yeah, 15 points left, and KO is in a prime position. Oh, seeing an armor inside of Squid Row, but I don't think it's fast enough. Yeah,
it's going to be game.
Symphony taking a very quick victory there.
What a way to turn this set around.
Yeah, compared to game one, Symphony's really just took a full U-turn there.
This should lead to more confidence and more success in game 4.
Yeah, that's a huge factor of just succeeding in comp in general, is being able to like stay confident, switch up your playstyle on the fly, and adjust to your opponents. And that's what we're seeing from Symphony. Game 1, they weren't doing too hot, but now they just got such a quick KO there. And that's what you want to see from comp. But Squid Row's still a very formidable opponent. Symphony can't relax quite yet. They, if they want this win, they gotta win this game, and hopefully Squid Row can make a comeback too.
Yeah, because it's good set.
Could you repeat that?
I want a game 5.
Oh yeah. Game 5s are always good for the spectator, but you gotta respect the teams. What the team wants. You know, if I was Symphony, I'd want this win. Just get it over with. But yeah, Squid Row gonna have to accept that game 5 will happen if they want to win. But next up, we're looking at Tower Control Piranha Pits. This map, I mean, I like it, but it is just such an odd one to play on. The tower doesn't really go anywhere. It just kind of goes around the map. No particular direction.
It's a fun map to play on.
It is fun to play on, yes.
Especially if you have a good team, good coordination. This is a fun map to play on.
Just in that standard comp you talked about earlier with Symphony, both teams picking what we've seen before, so it's going to be quite.
There is a K52.
Yes, that K52 does stand out. 52 is a pretty good pick. We've been seeing a lot more and more 52s recently.
It has Raizen, and I think it's a good thing.
It's something that's standing out. Not a lot of key picks early on. Compared to the last 3 games we've seen, we saw people just go down immediately, but this match has started a lot slower. Seeing Squid Row getting an early lead there, but that Ray's gonna stop it. But it looks like Squid Row, despite being 1 man down, still gonna try to push that tower, or 1 man left. Sorry.
That's a key pick.
Yeah, Symphony getting that delayed quad.
Yeah, now Squid Row has to come back from this.
Yeah, those checkpoints seem to be very crucial, especially with Symphony. With the Ray, we've seen that Ray stop this checkpoint earlier, but looks like they don't have the Ray ready yet. So,
speaking of Ray, it looks like Squid Row went for a double Booyah comp. I thought that was normal heavy.
Yes, heavy remix. Double Booyah is really strong here. Considering the tower doesn't go that far, if you have 2 Booyah bombs, you can launch those at key checkpoints and easily stop the tower. Seeing that Ray once again going to get Squid Row off the tower for just a little longer, allowing Symphony to get those key picks that they need. Really strong coordination we've seen here.
Oh my. This is delayed light, but dude.
Yeah, Symphony doing some really key picks here, but I think what their downfall here is that they're not pushing the tower. They gotta get on the tower. They gotta get going here. About halfway through the match. Not the best trade for Symphony.
Especially if you're down like this, you can't trade. You need to get picks.
Yeah, Symphony has had no opportunity to push yet, despite getting so many good picks. And from what we've seen before by Symphony in that last game, we're seeing a full turnaround here. Squidrow's doing exactly what they did to Symphony, or what Symphony did to them.
They got one pick and they do go down. So is that a waste? I don't know. It's or not, but I won't say anything.
Yeah, Symphony finally starting their first push, but only at that first checkpoint. They're still all four of them are still up, and we're seeing that Ray out, so it's looking pretty good for them if they can get the picks they need. 2 down on the side of Squidrow, 1 down on the side of Symphony, getting those Brio Bombs out.
With both Brios down, they can't push to second checkpoint.
Yeah, Symphony doing a really good job staying alive, getting those key jumps in. They're looking like they're going to get the lead.
This might be a lead.
Yeah.
This might be a lead.
If they can stop those bubbles, and I think nope, not quite, but bubbles don't get anyone regardless.
They might be able to get through this third checkpoint and just... This might be a win. That's not that 7.
I think the Brios are going to determine the KO or not. And wow, okay.
Oh, no way.
It's so close. And it's looking good for Symphony. Yes. Oh. Wow, that's set. Symphony, despite the first game kind of being a hiccup for them, gets the 3-1 victory for their first game in day 2. Yeah, wow.
I think a test of a good team is be able to come back from these really bad situations, especially early on.
Yeah, that first game was just so unusual. I mean, you see Symphony again. They got 5th place in July. They kind of got destroyed, to be quite honest. But yeah, I'm allowed to say that because they really proved their skill in the next 3 games. And that's what you really want to see. Symphony's definitely a very strong team in adjusting to the playstyle they need.
And with that, we will move on to our... I'll let you finish that.
Yeah, so I don't think our next set's quite ready yet, but we do have a sticker giveaway. We're going to draw a winner. Yeah, you want those IPL stickers. Before we draw...
Very important question.
Yes?
Is there a City sticker?
No, unfortunately not. Honestly, though, we do need to get one of those soon. But if you want to do the giveaway, exclamation point giveaway will put you in the prize pool. Or not the prize pool, but like our pool of people to draw from. So type in exclamation point giveaway, and we'll draw. I believe we'll draw at the start of the next round. So get those in now. And while we wait for our next game, we are going to... I think we're going to take a short break.
the push is starting. This Dynamo just trying to keep as much aim control as possible. They do get pressured by the Nautilus, and the Rainmaker shot. Oh, that. How do you not die from that?
I was doing a good job surviving. Oh my goodness, God. He is doing a good job.
That was. Oh, say that he dies. Oh, but it's 3. That is a wipe on the side of ink pressure.
Like last chance. Oh, that was big. 3. Bravo to the Forge there. That was a great bubble, great clear. Look at all these clams go in. That could be it.
This might be it. Xandu's coming in. They do have those quick weapons, and that'll do it.
Oh, that was a fantastic.
On the left and right. I think they want to avoid that Explo.
The biggest thing, which I guess they already did, they took down the Explo there. Oh, 2 picks down that the Remix have got here. 3!
Yeah, this could be it. They're going to get the lead here.
Wow, that Ray did a huge number. Like, even if the Ray didn't get the picks, I don't know if the Ray got all of them, but there was definitely support by teammates there with that Ray out to allow the tower to move forward. That was a really good team play by Geek Squid.
They need to play defense now, because if they pop the basket, all they gotta do is throw in 1 clam, and Edgar was in position. I don't think a jump came in, and with 2 players coming down, they're not gonna have enough time to get they're not gonna have enough time to get up there. So
Welcome back. We are here for Low Ink Day 2. Checking out Alpha Bracket Winners Round 2. We're going to be watching Vento versus Persistence. Persistence went 3-0 versus Access Denied, and Vento went 3-2 versus Influency before this round. So Persistence with the 3-0. It's looking a little scary, but we've seen Persistence multiple times on stream, so definitely have proven to be a very strong team, constantly getting Alpha Bracket. Vento's going to have to be pretty careful here.
Yeah, especially if wait, actually.
Yeah, but before we start, we have to do a quick giveaway. We're going to be drawing the giveaway winner soon, and then we'll do another giveaway after this round. So get your last minute exclamation point giveaway in to win some IPL stickers, and we'll be drawing those real soon. But back to the match, we have Persistence versus Vento. Persistence, I think they're seriously, like, they're probably the scariest opponent to have in Alpha Bracket. Seriously, they get Alpha Bracket so many times.
From experience, that is true.
Yeah. Let's look at our maps real quick. Looking at Starfish main stage, Rainmaker, Starfish next. Yep. Starfish, Rainmaker. This could be a quick one. And speaking of a quick one, we're already starting.
I think better teams get over Rainmaker go on.
Yeah. Persistence opting for no backline or double zap really stands out to me. And a roller. Definitely an unorthodox comp here. But they get a pretty quick pop.
Fast big pop.
Yeah. Vento in the green. Kind of struggling to keep up here, but Persistence hasn't made any major strides since that pop. Both teams just kind of fighting for mid here.
Okay, there is an armor off on side Persistence, so this maybe they get a pick. It's maybe a first push.
Yeah, speaking of armor, Persistence running 2 zaps, Vento running a junior. Armor is going to be playing a key role in this match. And Persistence getting that.
Oh, the junior.
Really good pick.
Let's go down.
Persistence looking like within the first minute of the match, going to have a pretty strong lead. That Ray's going to stop it, but getting down to 35.
Yeah, 35 in the first minute. This, if they can hold, this may be a game. Could be a push.
Yeah, but Vento here, we've seen him. We actually seen him in Swimmer Sync. Pretty strong team here, so I think they could retaliate easily, especially with that comp Persistence is opting for. Vento's range advantage here could play a key role.
Yeah, but I feel like Persistence has a very considerable amount of paint with the double impact.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough for Vento to counteract. Ooh, Roa getting a pretty good pick there. Removing the person defending the Rainmaker, allowing them to
Yeah, Roa is a triple there.
yeah.
Maybe a quad.
There you go, delayed the ball. And the Rainmaker's in a nice spot for Persistence. And Persistence almost has an armor already, so I think once they pop that, they're gonna take it right now.
Yeah.
Or well, that would have been a pretty good time, but nothing too urgent for Persistence. They already have a pretty good lead. Looks like Persistence had a disconnect, unfortunately. We'll see how that plays out for Vento and Persistence. I think Vento could easily take the lead with that unfortunate disconnect on the side of Persistence.
Yeah, especially with the K-Throw DC, that's their longest range weapon. So now they can just get walled out by the basically it's CDS.
Yeah, the range advantage is even stronger right now. And pretty close to taking back that lead, but Persistence, surprisingly enough, is doing a pretty good job defending it. I don't know how much longer this is going to last.
All it takes down, and then the game's over.
Yeah. Persistence trying to get back that mid control, but the last one remaining decides to survive, which is a good move, but he does get missiled. But yeah, you definitely want to try to stay alive.
And this may be lead? Oh my god, it's not lead.
It's close. Persistence is doing a really good job. Well, Commentators curse, but they were doing a really good job keeping that defense up for as long as they did. I think that paint advantage they had, despite having the K-Pro down, they still had enough paint to slow down Vento.
So with the DC rules, can this match be replayed?
This match will count.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're going to be moving on to game 2 with Vento in the lead with 1 point in this best of 5 set.
Alright, so what's game 2?
Game 2 is going to be Schellendorf Zones. And this one... What did you say?
I like Schellendorf.
Oh boy. no, I don't blame you though.
Because I really... Do you know CSGO?
Yes.
That from the...
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I relate Schellendorf to Nuke from CSGO.
Oh really? Yeah.
Because the two bomb sites are on top of each other. And just like that, the two page are on top.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Something that really stands out to me about Schellendorf is this is such a backliner-oriented map, and I feel like I say this every time, but really it counts here. You need a strong backliner here. There's no other option. But, I mean, I say there's no other option, but I recall in a previous IPL tourney where someone went no backliner on this map, and it worked out quite well for them, but that's besides the point. A backliner is a really strong player to have here. But
so Persistence is 1 down.
But yes.
I think definitely make a comeback on this match.
Yeah, I think
If they push first.
they were definitely looking a lot stronger in that first game before that unfortunate disconnect. Vento's gonna really have to work hard here for that lead because Persistence at their full power, I think they could win low A, to be honest. It's looking likely. But almost ready.
Maybe they'll be the bride this time instead of bridesmaid.
Yeah. Both teams almost readied up, and we'll start our game 2 in this best of 5 set. Starting off game 2, Schellendorf Institute spot zones. Speaking of backliners, no backliner on the side of Persistence, and a ball point on the side of Vento.
Is that a dynamo I see?
Yes, Persistence actually has a pretty solid dynamo. I think no backline, but this dynamo could be a pretty valid pick, to be honest. His dynamo on the roof could take that zone so easily.
I will not disagree with that.
I respect it, but I think that ball point could easily take out that dynamo. I think that's kind of the big counter here, and especially with Vento getting that early cap. 3 down on the side of Vento, 2 down on the side of Persistence. Looking pretty neutral here.
Yeah, it looks like Persistence will take that zone. Just...
Persistence getting that zone cap, going to allow them to perhaps take the lead here if Vento does not take the zone here. Jet and Armor coming out on the side of Persistence, but I don't think they're going to be able to cap the zone despite those 2 specials going out, and Vento keeps the zone in control.
Yeah, very nice by Vento, is it? To just make special instead, kind of full.
Yeah, Persistence capping that zone. The penalty's almost up, so they could easily get the lead here with Vento 2 down. But despite being 2 down, Vento's doing such a good job just keeping that zone neutralized. Now Persistent finally taking that lead that they need. And Bomb Pig, really crucial there, going to allow Persistence to just get as many points as they need. Vento popping that armor, aiming that zone, getting the picks they need. You'd love to see this coordination. Now it's their time to shine. They still have specials to spare. It's looking really good. This is the situation you want to be in. Persistence still 1 down. It feels like Persistence is just constantly a player down here, but
I feel like
hopefully they can retaliate, gather up their specials, and go in all at once.
it's the bomb rush. Do you hold zone? Be around
Yeah. Is it that Dynamo? Really, I think Persistence needs to play around their Dynamo player, because Dynamo's a really good painter for that zone, but I feel like this is not where you want to be if you're Dynamo. And
amazing
Vento's,
movement.
yeah, Vento's doing a really good job just keeping that zone, keeping up the pressure, and using their specials for defensive purposes. Seeing that armor pop. Persistence opting for a single Booyah Bomb in a desperation act, trying to get that zone last minute. I think they will. About 6 points left. Going to neutralize it,
It's
but
close.
yeah, Vento's proven that they can just keep that zone for as long as they need, and Persistence taps the zone. Wow.
From a desperation Booyah Bomb to taking zone.
Yeah, generally
Sounds like
that
so.
won't work, but it does. But it looks like Vento quickly recapping that zone 3 down on the side of Persistence. 1 minute left on the clock. I think Vento's got it locked in for real this time. And armor on the side of Vento. Double armor.
Trying to keep everyone alive.
And nothing stops a push more than 2 armors.
Since again it's 2. Always at least 1 down.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing. That seems to be the downfall, is that they're just constantly 1 down. They don't really have the pushing power. They need their entire team to recap that zone. And, well, never mind. It's going to take about 1 person here, and that's it. But, regardless, they need their entire team. And it looks like they have them here, and it's looking a lot better for them. But Vento's still putting up a very strong defense. 3 seconds left on the clock, and that's actually a KO by Vento.
Here we are again.
Yeah, so that's gonna.
0-2 in winners.
Yeah. Vento in the lead with 2 points. All they need is 1 more point to win. And Persistence definitely has to work in overtime here. They gotta win all 3 of these
Persistence
games.
was not. Well,
Yeah. Next
every
up,
time someone was on that Dynamo and they got punished for it.
yeah, that seems to be the big factor here. Is that Dynamo is such a huge threat for painting the zone that they just kind of got targeted. But next up, we are looking at Tower Control Sturgeon. This map we've seen before in Swiss in day 1. This map seems to be just so fun to watch. With where the checkpoints are placed, if you can use your specials correctly, it could be devastating.
I would not be surprised to see a Kensa Rapid.
Yeah, we've seen more and more blasters play on Tower Control. I wouldn't be surprised either.
I mean, Blasters has been played since the good old days of Splat 1, but it's more or less the same.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say shut down their frontliner. That's my big advice.
Yeah, I talked about backliners being so crucial last game, but for Tower Control, I think that's also the case. And Persistence didn't really opt for a backliner last game. And the ballpoint on the side of Vento really kind of took over. And having an anchor player like that can provide jumps and having the range advantage can help a lot. So I think that still applies here, and I hope Persistence learns from that, and maybe they can apply that. Starting our game 3 in this best of 5 set. If Vento wins this, they move on, and Persistence will move to the losers bracket. Seeing that C-Jet Persistence, no backliner again. Wow. Yeah. Vento applying that C-Jet. C-Jet gets Ray incredibly quickly. We're going to see that Ray real soon. Especially for checkpoints. On this map, if you are on checkpoint 1 or 2, that Ray is going to help a lot. Vento 2 down. And also using the Ray a little early. But CJ gets Ray really quickly, so it's not a huge deal. No team's pushing quite yet, though.
So kind of first
The Persistence not really pushing the tower quite yet. I mean, they have the paint control, but they don't have the picks they need to get started. So they need to play a little more aggressive from what I'm seeing here. if they want to get a substantial push here. Otherwise, I think Vento could easily overtake them. Yeah, seeing 2 downside persistence, I think Vento's going to opt to start pushing real soon, in theory. Neither team's pushing.
So Vento will take the lead, but not by much. Only by 14, which is not a lot on this map.
Yeah, really, I would consider a lead to be getting past that first checkpoint at least. And talk about this here. See, now they're at the first checkpoint, getting missiled on. If you play the specials at those checkpoints, that's going to be crucial. Vento getting past that first checkpoint. Now we're getting started here. And I think Persistence did a pretty good job stopping that push. No, not quite. Vento decided they want to keep going. 3 down on the side of Persistence. And the Ray going out.
Is this second checkpoint? Or yeah, maybe second checkpoint.
They're at second checkpoint, not looking like they're going to get past it right now. They need to get those picks in even. Looks like they're not going to. 2 down on the side of Vento.
Yeah, it took Persistence a while to stop that push, but they could have stopped a little earlier. Instead, point.
Yeah, when you say took a while, that seems to be the trend for Persistence. They're kind of playing really slow, despite having such an aggressive roster. That Ray's going to slow them down a little bit.
And aggressive comp. Comp like Persistence, you should be, especially with the road, you should be up in their face.
Yeah, you need to be up in their face.
Move.
Yeah, they're just kind of sitting tight in mid, playing it very safe. They can't have this play style with that comp. It's not really working out too well. Oh, but take that back. Ain't getting 2 picks on the side of Vento. 1 left, that's going to be a wipe.
And don't at the wipe. This time here's his first real push at the game.
Yeah, they're going to get past that first checkpoint, but I think Vento has enough time to build up specials. Oh, never mind. You know, I think Persistence is listening to us. They're very in their face. Getting another wipe. Persistence totally turning it around. They're playing so aggressive now. Getting that armor, getting the jumps they need. And they're going to get past the second checkpoint. This could be crucial considering Vento hasn't gotten past that second checkpoint. This could be a KO. Not quite.
Oh my!
It's going to be a wipe. Wow.
Are we sure Persistence is in the stream listening to us?
I wouldn't doubt it. It's not against the rules. Go for it, dude. But you'll love to see this turnaround. 40 seconds left on the clock. Vento is probably terrified of what has just happened. Popping that Ray. Ink gonna jump out to pop those missiles. They're close to that second checkpoint. Persistence is gonna have to get creative here. I'm not sure what Stormy's doing here. Providing a pretty good distraction, actually. And Vento loses the tower. 15 seconds left. Couple down on both teams. Not many specials in play here, aside from the Booyah Bomb.
Oh, and that's a nice pick on the jet.
Yes. That Booyah Bomb at a prime time gonna get Vento off the tower, I think? No. Seeing that Ray come out now. Persistence takes the tower.
Ooh,
wow.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, Persistence did exactly what they needed to. Just play in their face, and it worked.
Yeah, for the first, 3 minutes, they were just getting shut down so hard. It took one wipe. It took the roller to do their job.
Yeah, if Persistence keeps up this playstyle, I think it could work out, especially for this next map. New Albacore Clan Blitz. This is a huge map. It can be so hard to initiate a push on this map. So I hope Persistence keeps at this playstyle if they want to get the.
I'm calling it right now. 15-minute break. 15-minute stinger.
Yes. This match could take forever. But we're gonna see something completely different here. You know, this is a huge map. This is Clan Blitz. This could be a very long match. Especially with how these teams are playing, especially in those last games. You know, at the beginning of that last game, neither team was getting those picks they needed. It was very slow. So if anything, it could be even slower on this game. But if Persistence plays like how they did in the second half, if Persistence plays how they were in the second half, this could be a very quick game. So any of the two can happen here.
It all depends on if Persistence wants to be aggressive or not.
Yeah. But Vento's still in the lead. All they have to do is win this game and they move on. Persistence is gonna have to win 2 more games if they wanna keep going in winners.
Wait, I thought it was game. I'm sorry, I thought it was game 3. I didn't know it was game 4.
No, it's game 4. Yeah.
Okay. Missed.
Yeah, but both teams almost readied up for game 4.
Alright.
Alright, both teams readied up. If Vento wins this, they move on. Persistence is gonna have to really work hard here to get that lead that they need on this game 4 best of 5 set. Seeing a Nautilus and a ballpoint on the side of Vento, they're really opting, and the Dually Sculptures, they're really opting for a range advantage here. Persistence doing the double zap once again, and a Forge Pro, Slosher Deco. Both these teams kind of change up the comps a little bit, but what stands
as a Slosher main,
but both these teams switch up the comps. What stands out to me is Persistence definitely has that pain advantage. Already 3 down. Does Vento even have a clam? I think they're gonna build one. Yeah, they're gonna build one right now. Persistence going 2 down once again. I think Vento just wants that victory after what happened last game.
Yeah, I still feel like Persistence is just like that kill was just dropping in, not paying attention. Just.
Oh, you hate to see that power clan fall off.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, Persistence definitely using their paint advantage to their advantage. That kind of stopped Vento's push. They were just kind of getting outpainted. They couldn't approach that basket. But right now, I think Persistence is going to have a hard time getting into Vento's base, considering how much range they have. I mean, look at this. This ballpoint's in their base, sitting comfy, getting picks in mid. Along with that Nautilus. Nautilus has quite a fair bit of range, but nothing like the ballpoint.
I'm pretty sure Nautilus has around Forge range, correct?
I don't recall, but it definitely does have a lot. And looks like Vento gonna ball her in, gonna get a couple jumps in here. Persistence already in their base. They kind of saw it coming. Going to get 80 points on the board here. 77 points on the board. Not the best the league, especially halfway through the match with the timer at about 240. Again, kind of called it at the beginning of this match. This is going to be a slow one.
Yeah, but with both teams playing very passive, this may be a winning push.
Yeah, that could be victory. It's totally possible. But Persistence throwing some bubbles here. Not going to get any immediate picks. Bubble Blower does go down, but Persistence still breaking the barrier. And going to get 74. That's going to be a lead and a wipe.
I guess that...
Yeah, very slow and steady progress here for this game. Vento has mid-control and the range advantage. It's looking good for them, especially with that baller coming in. Gonna get the jumps in, but there's tons of bombs near the basket. They do get both. Wow. Despite the wipe, they're down to 28 points.
3.
Yeah, did they have 3? I didn't actually count.
I only saw 2.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, that breaks the game wide open because
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Persistence gonna have a tough time pushing in, considering Vento has such a good range advantage. They could easily just sit tight in their base and defend for the rest of the match, especially with 1 minute left on the clock. It's not gonna take too long.
Looking for a way to get in, but Vento just holding their base, which is all they need to do.
Yeah,
Especially with their range, it's like
Persistence has 2 power plans.
fantastic.
Yeah, is 2 power plans even enough to get a lead here? I don't think so. So even if they do get a push in, looks like they are about to, despite being 2 down, they're going to just go in, try the bubble blower, but it didn't work out. "15 seconds left. Looking like Vento is about to take the set if Persistence doesn't do anything last minute here.
Just see.
The Persistence overtime.
Big push and need to go in the long route. This maybe
Works in theory, but
that's 2 down. This ball.
oh no. 3 down, not to wipe. That's gonna be the set.
Well, he's fighting for it. Does not. Yeah, Persistence waited a bit too long to do that push. If they did it early in the game, that might have worked, in my opinion.
Yeah, what we saw on that tower control game before this game, a total playstyle switch from Persistence playing super aggressive. I think they needed to do that for this one.
Yeah, Persistence needed, but especially with their comps, they were playing like a Rainmaker comp.
Yeah. So that is the end of round 2 of Winners Alpha Bracket. Before we take a break and get our next set ready, I do want to talk about our sticker giveaway. We have some IPL themed stickers to give away. If you type in !point giveaway, you will be entered into the pool of people who could win. So definitely do the !point giveaway, and at the start of next round, we will draw the winners. Until then, we will wait for our round 3 to begin, and we're going to take a short break.
been flipped from Duality Neo right there, but still the push is not over. Jumps and Ink is coming forward. The shield has been popped and the
Nice pick! That's some hot fire here.
Both of those clams, they've got 4. And they're all coming in right now. This might be a KO. It's a 1 versus 3. Oh!
And they shut down that power clam coming in on right.
The one player that did not jump, and it made all the difference.
So just getting it up there is a victory that they can kind of be comfortable with. Now, I don't think they do get it in like an awkward, far away spot. Oh, was he gonna land in the water?
He was.
But if Last Chance, I honestly...
So it looks like Last Chance are picking off those two that are trying to go in, flank around, and apply that pressure. So they're shutting that part down of Xanadu, which is a really big part of their...
Wow. Incredible big kills there by a Last Chance. Last Chance doing a really good job.
Favorable to them than the last tower control game was.
Especially on Sturgeon Shipyard. The game gets much faster, but Drift with the flank and gets the job done. Not quite, but still a good job with the Anzap. Wow, with
Welcome back to Low Ink. Sorry about the short delay, but we are getting ready to start round 3. Before we get started, we have that giveaway for the IPL stickers. Type in exclamation point giveaway to join last minute. We're about to draw real soon, so keep an eye on that. For round 3, we are watching the Bunnies versus Last Chance. Last Chance seeded number 1. Huge that Swiss day 1. Definitely going to be a threatening opponent. If I were the Bunnies going up against Last Chance, seeded number 1, yeah, that's going to be terrifying.
Yeah, Last Chance. They did get second last month, so I would expect they're very, very mad. They want their redemption arc. I would not let them pass them, try to 3-0 this and get this over with quickly.
They just want to win, and this is the month to win with the $200 prize pool. And
very generous.
Over with.
Let's get this started with round 3.
Getting into it immediately. Both teams had their comps immediately. Haven't had time to talk about our map, which is Manta Maria zones. Looking at a couple, definitely a lot of backline oriented comps.
Yeah, as we from, I don't know which one's, pretty sure it's Bunnies in the green.
Yes, Bunnies in the green.
They do have a very short range comp, but they do have a lot of pink. And to say that their main painted weapon does go down. That is, they do go 2 down. Looks like a Last Chance will push up. That's 3 down.
Last Chance with the incredibly strong start.
That's a wipe. That's a wipe. So yeah, Last Chance, as I said, they want to get this over with as soon as possible. Right now, they're proving their point by just attacking and just holding zone. And I say that there's another pick by the Tetras. The Tetras in their street already. They're already at 50. Not even some resistance from Bunnies. The inkjet does go up. The bubbles are coming out. They do get a pop, but not gonna do anything. And the bubbles does go down, but it is a trade. And Last Chance does lose zone for a second, but they do manage to neutralize it. But this may be the end of the push, and that is the end of the push. Last Chance, or the junior, does need to be pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, Last Chance had a very dominant start there, but looks like the Bunnies getting that mid control in check. And without that penalty, they could easily take the lead real soon, especially with the Bunnies with the E-Leader scope. A very long-range weapon. If the E-Leader scope has the map control and is in a good position, that could be extremely threatening.
Yeah, as we see this junior on the right side for the Bunnies, it's just going to throw torpedoes, which is a good play because it does tell you if there's someone in that bunker, which can be a very, very scary position, especially for the heavy or Nautilus to be in.
Yeah, it looks like Last Chance still not quite kept in that zone. The Bunnies having the majority of mid control, but Last Chance kind of taking these sides.
Tetris win a 2v1, a very important 2v1 to win.
As this Tetris being an incredibly threatening front line here, pushing up very far.
Yeah, I just want to point out that they do have a vanilla 52, so if the vanilla 52 can just sharpen around this, they can, as I say that, they do get wiped, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, right now Last Chance in a very, very prime spot to push forward. We saw this earlier in the match. Now that the points are taken down, no more penalty, the Bunnies are just going to have to build up special and go in as a team. But Last Chance is not going to allow that. Getting one pick down.
Yeah, it looks like Last Chance is just going to hold. Because right now they seem to bomb rush it, and they do. Although they take zone, they don't take zone. They do take it, actually. And with a pick from the 52 onto the heavy.
Yeah, 2 points remaining.
At the very last second, Bunnies do manage to take control of that zone. But, again, they do go 2 down. So Last Chance, when they lost control, they got it right back. And it was just like that. It's back in their control.
Yeah, 50 points remaining on that penalty. Last Chance seems to be not too worried about it. They have that mid control back immediately, and now they're pushing forward. And you see this Nautilus here, trying to predict that E-Leader is going to be there.
Maybe he does get the pick. And there's another one there. That is another 3-down situation. Last Chance is just not letting up. They have their foot on their gas, and they're just looking to end this. So right now, they only have 3 seconds, it looks like. That's gonna be game. Amazing play from Last Chance. Not letting up in the slightest. Just, again, they just kept their foot on the gas. They did not let Bunnies breathe, because they knew if the Bunnies had the space to paint, they will just take zone.
Yeah, you see some really good 1v1s, 1v1 wins by Last Chance. Like, I think that's kind of the key here, is that Last Chance are just winning all the 1v1s they need to, and then they get the map control they need, and it all spirals out of control for the Bunnies. So.
I do want to call out that there was the Tetras did manage to win a 2v1, which is very important, because that 2v1 allowed them to take off their penalty for like the 3rd time.
Yeah, being able to win 2v1s is not a thing you want to see if you're the Bunnies. The Tetras are definitely going to have to be a priority target for the Bunnies.
Yeah, and our next game is Tower Control Inkblot, which, again, this map mode does award aggression. If you have one person just pushing up, you can basically win the entire match.
Yeah, based on what we've seen from both teams, this could be a really quick one. If you can just push up, get the picks you need, you can KO really quickly.
I'm pretty sure you can get to spawn, correct? On this map?
I don't recall. But
I think you can, because there's a ramp that leads basically to your spawn. So if the Tetras or any other frontline can get up there, they can just walk out, and Last Chance will just win like that.
We'll have to see as we start our Game 2 of Round 3 Alpha Bracket for Low Ink. Both teams opting for the Ray. That stands out. But
yeah, the Bunnies do bring out a roller, so that roller, they do need a lot of paint in order to support it, because if they don't, the rollers get shut out, like we saw in that Persistence set.
Yeah, if the Bunnies don't have paint, that's going to be not good. That's kind of a huge risk on their part, to be honest. If they do have the paint, it's going to be a huge advantage, though.
Well, they have 1-for-1 trade. It looks like the Tetras just trying to be annoying, but they do get shut down immediately by that roller.
Yeah, that roller's definitely showing a lot of potential early on here. Getting rid of those
there's
Tetras.
the Ray.
Yes, getting rid of those Tetras it's definitely a crucial pick to get. Seeing the early Ray, not going to quite do a whole lot, because the Bunnies also have 2 specials ready. So they could easily initiate a push 3 now, but Zap going down.
Yeah, Zap was caught out in the 3v1, but the Bunnies are 2 down, so this could be a chance for a Last Chance to get a push. But the roller will splash down, gets absolutely no one, but the Ray may be able to follow up, but it does not. It's no picks. The Inkjet will get a pick here.
Yes.
Ooh, they do get one, and it looks like it's going to be it.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier before this game. It would be a quick one, but both these teams perfectly matched here, getting just not a whole lot of picks to initiate pushes. So the tower hasn't moved all game.
Yeah, the Bunnies are doing a good job of not letting the Tetras just run around the entire map. They're able to shut them down and just single them out anytime you want. As you see that the Last Chance is managing to make their first real push of the entire game, getting all the way to 66.
Yeah, past that first checkpoint, that's going to be a...
That is 3 down for the Bunnies. This may be a wipe. That's a wipe.
This is what we've been waiting for about halfway through the game. Finally, going to see that race, seeing a push get started. And you talked about getting into their spawn. We're seeing that right now by those, I believe those are the Tetras.
There is a flank by the end zap, but he does get caught out. And the Tetras do get the pick. nice job focusing, or not focusing, looking at the map and making sure that no one's flanking there. Yeah, the Tetris,
down jump.
like I said, the Tetris is able to run around, able to do whatever they want. Last chance, as I said, they're pushing up, they're making sure the bunnies are contested at every point they try to get in from. And just, honestly, they're playing really good. And this may be KO. Oh,
Wow.
just barely not. Just barely a KO, but yeah, like last game, last chance, they get like a wipe or like 2 or 3 picks, and they profit off that so much. Getting to pass the first and second checkpoint really quickly.
Yeah, you saw that person sneak onto the tower. The bunnies seem to have been pretty comfortable thinking they took care of everyone, but that person who was right in the tower at the end just snuck on there, took that KO. And we said earlier, last chance does not want to let up. They did not stop once that push started.
Yeah, here we are. We are in a game 3. The bunnies are down 2-0, so they will need to win all 3 to move on to winners round 4.
Yeah. This is a tough map to play on, especially with the bridge in mid being such a crucial spot to take control, and the flanking opportunities on the basket. You have to be incredibly careful, micromanaging every little thing.
Yeah, with this map, there are really 2 big ways you can push. You can push through their street or push through their closed area. And if you let one side become unwatched, then that's the way their opponents are going to push. And you have to really watch out for that.
Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up. Like, this map requires either super hyper aggression through that street or playing sneaky with the flanks. There's really no in between here.
Yeah, so I believe that last chance, since this map or map mode will favor their playstyle, because as we did see, if the Tetris can get a good flank off and probably get their backliner, then that'll just allow for the entire team to either A, jump to the Tetris and get the clams in, or B, come through the other way, which will split up the forces of the bunnies.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what these teams have to offer here, especially compared to the zones and tower control matches we saw earlier. Clam Blitz on the Reef is a totally different, it requires a totally different playstyle.
I will say this every time. Clam Blitz is either 1 minute or 5 minutes.
Yeah. And based on what we've been seeing, it might be a pretty quick one. Single Boozler. That's it. I like Single Boozler.
Yeah, it looks like last chance. Very, very confident with their comp. But the bunny is not afraid to switch it up with a bamboo and a L3 and a forge. So they're just looking to keep mid control and just not let it go. But as I say that, the L3 does go down immediately. Oh, that's 2 down. Oh, that's a 3 down situation for the bunny. So last chance, if they have the plans, maybe it'll be their first push of the game.
Yeah, watching this heavy in mid, I talked about this earlier, having that bridge control with the backliner is such a strong advantage to have. You can see this heavy here, just not even going for picks, just getting that easy paint, not allowing the bunnies to be able to cross that bridge is going to be crucial.
Yeah, anytime that anyone wants to try to drop in their street, there's always one person there to stop them. So yeah, right now, all the bunnies need to do, they need to slow down the game, because right now they're just going in one by one, getting killed. So right now they just need to drop back, use their specials, and just try to. They need to how do I say this? They need to make the game. I don't know how to explain it, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, the bunnies seems to have gotten last chance out of their hair, and luckily the bunnies didn't really build a clam. So that's good for last chance to be able to at least prevent any scoring from happening quite yet. So
there was no score.
Yeah.
How pushed up they were.
Yeah, looks like right now.
Oh wow,
really good job.
That's a 2 down, but looks like they only get to 80.
They getting down to 80 might not be ideal considering the pity claim will appear. But
Oh, they do manage again. They get down to 59, which is a significant better push. Oh, actually, down to 53. Ooh, the Heavy might be able to back out. Or Heavy is trying to go around, trying to get jumps downs. Oh no, but Last Chance is still scoring.
yeah, never underestimate an aggressive Heavy. Seriously, you see Heavy as a backliner, but look at that. You can be in their face with all that run speed they have. You can just
Wow,
move
this
around.
is maybe a KO. If they can
It's looking close.
Oh, they're 2 clams away. Those are 2 clams.
And there they are.
And that's a game. Wow. It took one good push for our Last Chance to win. That was incredible.
Yeah, we saw this last game where once Last Chance gets a push started, they slowly but surely keep going. There is no stopping them.
Yeah, like I said, the really, really quick 3-0 from Last Chance, showing that they want to breeze through as quick as they can so they can conserve their energy for the grand finals.
Yeah, so this set is best of 5, so that will be a victory by Last Chance with the 3-0. Incredibly strong plays by both teams.
Yeah, so again, I can't wait to see Last Chance. I really, really hope they go on to grands, because if they do, their opponent will have a really, really tough time dealing with how well they can play together.
Yeah, before Toxic and I sign off, before we switch it over to Stu and Popgun, I would like to mention we are doing a sticker giveaway after this round. Once the break's over, once we start our next set. So type in !giveaway and you'll be entered for a chance to win some IPL themed stickers. So you definitely want to get those going.
Don't forget to ask for Sippy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, so with that, Toxic and I are signing off. We're going to pass it over to Stu and Popgun, some very, very talented commentators. I'm very excited to have them on.
Good luck. I will see you guys later.
And a pleasant good afternoon to kids and squids alike. Welcome to, this is the later rounds. In fact, winner's final. Here it's at Low Ink, and I'm joined here, of course, by the one, the only, the incomparable Popgun. Thank you for joining me. We have seen some pretty decent Splatoon so far, and it's like for some reason these the people that seed the stuff here at Inkling Performance Labs, they must really know what they're talking about, because we keep consistently getting these 1 and 2 seeds in winners final clashing for the spot in grands to come out unbeaten. Last Chance and Raizen, they've shown us something else tonight though, Popgun.
Well, actually, it's funny you mentioned the 1-2 seed. This is actually the first time the number 1 seed has made it out of winter quarterfinals since we switched to a top 16 top cut. So Last Chance has broken a 6 tournament long curse. By all rights, they shouldn't even be in winners finals. They should have been eliminated a long time ago. So we'll see if they can continue to exercise the demons here. And luckily for them, they're playing a team they beat 3-0 in round 1 of last month's tournament in Team Raizen, as we see them come out. Looks like a mirror Nautilus coming out from both teams with the Inkjet Nautilus there.
Yeah, interesting choice there. And I do, obviously you want that utility that the Nautilus is going to be able to provide you, but also keep an eye on, I think that's Kato on Raizen with the triple MPU Splattershot Pro, the Kensa Pro, I should say. But we're getting into the action here. We're going to take a look at these kids and squids in action. It's the battle for midfield control here at Anchovy Games, trying to get the elevation on the platform, while it's going to be Last Chance or Raizen trying to take the low ground and control mid. But again, it's that battle between, do you value elevation or do you value the map control? Anchovy Games kind of providing you with a few philosophical questions, and really just what winds up being the dominant strategy might just come down to execution.
Yeah, for Team Raizen, it's got to be the battle for elevation. Because as you look at their comp, what's supposed to paint the ground there? They don't have any weapons that can get legit paint on the ground. I guess you could probably say the same about Last Chance there, but they do at least have a junior. However, the first checkpoint does fall for Team Raizen. But the key for them is just they're going to have to find a way to get a lot of picks so that they can find time to keep map control in their favor. Oh, as we see, the camera sneaks away, but Last Chance had a player sneaking along that back flank way. So we'll see if a player pops up behind Team Raizen in the next second or two, as we see Nori popping off an Inkjet here.
Yeah, I mean, it was 4-3 on the map in favor of Last Chance for quite a bit there. That K-Pro getting picked off. So maybe that was the gambit that wound up not paying dividends in that particular instance. However, it's still Last Chance on the defensive, and I just hate that when you're trying to. And again, it's the K-Pro. They're trying to be a little superfluous, I guess is the word, with their. Oh God. With their K-Pro, and just not finding any results, getting picked off by that Booyah Bomb. And yeah, this is Raizen trying to fight back, having the numbers advantage finally, and going to play defense a little bit here as well.
You're going to make me use Google to figure out what you're saying half the time. Superfluous.
It's superfluous, but even then I probably didn't use the word correctly. I was trying to come up with a few of...
Is it superfluous to say that Last Chance got a nice wipe there, and it's going to allow them to clear this checkpoint and possibly get all the way to the second one untouched, as they do get the lead?
I would say it's accurate, honestly.
Shooting from the hip here. If they can clear the second checkpoint, that'd be huge. This is a difficult one to get past, and they clear it with ease. More specials coming out that's going to allow them to get to this third checkpoint possibly. It's going to come down if this Nautilus can find a way to get a pick or two, and two players do go down, but it is a trade, a 2v2 situation. Push looks like it could be done here, as Last Chance is not jumping back in. I say that as the Tetris jump back in, but a huge push there. And a very superfluous push, I guess you could say, for Last Chance.
Okay. First of all, superfluous. Secondly, it's also the. See, now I'm just villainizing myself, and I don't mean to do that. But either way, as Booyah Bombs are going to be traded back and forth between the two sides, Raizen gonna have to play a little bit more effective defense here, as they are going to finally get a push going. I can only imagine that's going to be possible if they find themselves getting a pick of some sort. It's really kind of left to that remix to be the main inking source, I could imagine, as well as kind of throwing out those beacons for just the ease of communication. But at the same time, you're taking that remix way out of the action, and I'm not really sure if you're gonna leave that kind of agency in the hands of your opponents, who could just kind of rush you down like that with the Nautilus or even that Carbon Roller.
Yeah, well, the Roller is the one who's really suffering from this comp here. They're not going to have enough paint to kind of do all the sneaky stuff they need to do to create pushes for their team. However, you do see they're currently top fragging right now, but it doesn't really matter. There's 9 seconds are left on the clock. This Booyah Bomb's going to do enough. As you see, they're just holding it here, waiting for Team Raizen to hop on the tower. And they do survive the Booyah Bomb, but not long enough to take lead. So game 1 going to last chance. And really did it on one solid push there. But yeah, you could kind of tell map control was a huge issue for Team Raizen there, as they just didn't have the paint on the ground to do what they needed to do, even though the splats, as you look at it there, are roughly even.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad match necessarily by Raizen. It always kind of felt like they were hanging on, but at the same time, too much ground given up at the very end, ceding 81 points on that one push, and one push is all you need, ain't it, Popgun? So as we are going into this match, number 2 is going to be Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit. And once again, folks, you are watching twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. It's obviously Inkling Performance Labs. You've come to know Low Ink for quite some time. And even though we're taking a break with Swimmer Sync this coming week, can assure you we've got high quality action going on Wednesday nights with that as well. And one thing that we've come to do, Popgun, are these little giveaways. And so we did give away a few stickers. Congratulations to, I believe it was Coffee that wound up winning the giveaway.
Okay. I know that person.
Yeah, Coffee _SPL. Congratulations. So definitely good on you for that. But I gotta say, we do have a giveaway coming up before Grands, and I'm not sure if it's been announced yet, but it's kind of makes our giveaway of Nintendo Switch Online memberships look a little bit like Child's Play.
It is. You know, we saw Last Chance play the Bunnies and Clam Blitz. They got a push that seemed almost empty. They just threw in a power clam, and then all of a sudden, as the basket was about to rise up, they KO'd the Bunnies seemingly out of nowhere. So we'll see if Last Chance could kind of continue that aggression that they showed in the last Clam Blitz game. By the way, we do have an update from the Google.com. Superfluous means unnecessary, especially through being more than enough. So I don't think we were using that correctly at all.
I was kind of wondering about that, because we saw the K-Pro kind of going for those individual flanks, and while you could argue about how they were necessitated, at the same time, if they're getting called out all that often, maybe there's something about that strategy that needs to be reassessed, as we are going to make like a metal band and open up this pit. We are going to try to get midfield control here, I guess, with both teams. And as we're taking a look at the compositions, what's standing out to you? That Hero Splatling replica certainly catching my eye.
Yeah, the Stingray works out as they get a early wipe there, as we get a huge opportunity to get a massive push in the beginning here. The Stingray works out on this map because it's so long, but Team Raizen doubling down, saying, you know, we don't care about having bad paint comps. We're just going to try to work it out anyways. And they do a good job. That could have been a lot worse as they kill somebody down in the superfluous area, also known as useless. But yeah, it's gonna. If your last chance, all you really have to do is keep your junior alive, and you're gonna have the entire map in your favor. But it's gonna be hard to do, as all 4 specials are online for Team Raizen here.
Yeah, and as we're looking at how this next push is trying to be developed, and not seeing a whole lot of usage out of the Pity Clam just yet, that's really because, one, you can't keep people on the map. That's Tovar getting splatted there. Good usage of the doors, and you're going to get taken out of the air, I would assume, but that's good usage of that invincibility, or the super armor that ability provided there. Yeah, it's just a sea of green, and last chance not giving Raizen any chance at all. I mean, pardon the quote-unquote pun, but yeah. It's and if you don't, I don't blame you. But at the same time, there's just too much room for last chance to operate, and not nearly enough for Raizen. Though they are trying to find their little end arounds near the conveyor belts.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly what that roller is gonna need to do right there. They're gonna need to find those little tiny patches of purple and just hide in them until an opportunity presents themselves. And that was a perfect example, as they were able to get a quick double. They can pick up these 3 clams, but again, unless they find that curling bomb, there's nowhere for them to go. The Stingray coming out here to try to slow down what could have been a push right there as well. So a nice defense by Last Chance as they survive the aggressive push by, well, I do say a nice push, as we do see Team Raizen with bubbles now, and they do have a lot of clams ready. They just got to throw in one more power clam to get lead. As you see, is this remix just waiting for a jump to come in? It looks like they're hiding pretty well. It's kind of hard to see. Oh, there is a power clam, but it's not going to get in time. The basket will close.
Yeah, and that was that defense that we were seeing being employed by Last Chance, and that's kind of the problem, isn't it? Even when you do have the cover, even when you do get the defense on the ground to overextend just a little bit, you still have that Splatling just ready and waiting on that elevated ground near the basket to pick off, and you got to utilize. See, that's where your tracking practice with the Splatling comes in handy, because you got to be sure that you're pointing that cursor straight at the enemy and picking them off, even as they're trying to weave in and out of those walls near the goal. As Last Chance are going to make another run, and run they will with that Nautilus utilizing its extended mobility, as a Booyah Bomb will be used as a defensive gambit, is going to get the pick onto Nori, so the Nautilus does indeed go down, but you still got someone just kind of chilling there with the power clam, going to be looking for a jump in, I would imagine.
Yeah, it looks like okay. So their Team Raizen is the one trying to push in here. In a nice defense, 3 players going down. Man, once again, even though Team Raizen's having paint issues, they're having these opportunities where they keep getting 3 picks or even a wipe on Last Chance. So they're getting these small windows to kind of push in, but there's always just one person staying alive for Last Chance, holding down that basket and keeping everybody at bay. That's causing a lot of issues for Team Raizen here.
Yeah, but the power clam that I was referring to is just kind of getting pushed up just a little bit more by Raizen, and Last Chance cannot really afford to have those sorts of stragglers hanging on, as now it's Last Chance that are going to be pushing in. Nori going to be looking to exact revenge, and indeed will do so, as they're going to try to get some sort of jump in, and they're going to jump around the end around, and they won't get a barrier breakage here, as, oh, that is an unfortunate time to take a swim. They do get the barrier breakage and run out the clock just a little bit more, and enough to cut down on the penalty, as Tovar is going to watch the time tick away as we go into overtime.
Yeah, all they got to do is just pop the basket and then throw in, I guess 3 power clams technically to take lead, but it's going to be difficult to do. They don't really have a special online they can push with. Bubbles are close to being ready. A Booyah Bomb is coming out. A nice pick there by Last Chance's Nori, and the timer just runs out. So game 2 of this best of 5 winners grand final going once again into the favor of Last Chance. That one a little bit more competitive than the tower control game, but Last Chance, this is the team that actually finished in second place last month. They won winners finals last month, so showing a little bit of experience over Team Raizen at this point, as they are now just one win away from advancing.
Yeah, and that spot in on winner's side of Grands is certainly going to pay dividends if they do take it. But again, it's you kind of wonder, are they going to exercise their demons in Grands if they do make it? They have no time to worry about that right this minute, as we are going to make it rain on Starfish main stage. Can only imagine a lot of I mean, if that Splatling does make its return, I wouldn't be shocked, but also at the same time, for backline support,
Oh, it will.
Yeah.
I mean, this map is a heavy playground, and both teams are going to bring a remix. I would be totally shocked if either team didn't bring a remix here.
And that kind of makes sense. I'm sorry to have cut you off there. It makes sense, doesn't it? Because you not only have that big important stage area that's so important to control, but also, I mean, you need something that has the distance to potentially catch people that are coming from around those grates on the side that we just took a peek at there. And yeah, it's indeed going to be I believe it's the custom. No, it's just a regular heavy Splatling. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was Splat Zones. That's why I was assuming a remix. So yeah, the vanilla with the Stingray makes a lot of sense here. But still, obviously, you do see the Splatling coming out from most teams. And more importantly, though, if you look, you see an N-Zap instead of the K-Pro. So Team Raizen now opting to go with a little bit more paint and ink armor for the Rainmaker mode that they were lacking in the last two, and they get 2 picks immediately. There might be a window for them to get a good push here if they can just get a few more splats, as we see the Nautilus stuck in a 1v1 on the left.
Yeah, and that pick is going to be super important, but just how brevity is the soul of wit, so quickness is the soul of any decent push. And indeed, we're going to have it taken down to almost halfway, 43 points on the board already, as that is exactly how Raizen wanted to start this off. Maybe a little bit more could have been preferred, but at the same time, you can't really complain unless you get off your keister and do it yourself. And just like that, it's 58-0.
Yes, and it looks like that is the end of the push.
Keister's such a good word, I know.
I don't have to Google keister. I can figure out what keister means.
Just making sure, buddy. Just making sure.
So we do, and that's a good push that Raizen needs to get. When you're the team that's down 0-2, you need to come out in the game 3 and punch the other team in the mouth very quickly, just for your own sake of confidence. The last chance, they haven't even popped it yet. Okay, they finally pop it now. So if they wanted to reset it, they're not giving themselves an opportunity to do so until just now, as we do see the roller sharking around, trying to be sneaky on the right side here. But like you kind of mentioned with the Splatlings being able to keep an eye on it, it looks like Inkling number 4 doesn't see this, so we might see a nice splat coming out here as the camera wisely slips back to it, but a trade. That is a good trade for the Tetras, shutting down what could have been a dangerous flank there.
Yeah, that is generally the role of roller, isn't it? Is to ignore objective and annoy the other team. At least that seems to be my experience in solo queue. So never mind me. As the
don't use solo queue as don't let it represent everything else you see in this community. You'll just see all kinds of nonsense.
While you're not necessarily wrong, I would contend that is exactly what happened there. As they are going to look for a knockout blow, 91 points on the board as the push ends. But yeah, those are some key picks gotten at key times for Raizen, as that was a well-coordinated effort to get up that ramp.
Another good thing for Team Raizen here is that their comp is more set for having a huge lead and holding on to it, instead of trying to play this back and forth tug of war Rainmaker. As long as they have that Stingray, it's going to be extremely difficult for Last Chance to get a push that's going to get them to under 8 points remaining. So they're going to need to find a way to take out that vanilla heavy Splatling before they can do anything. close to getting a lead here.
And that was just cruel. Nori going for those picks on the Rainmaker is not able to garner anything off of it and gets splatted right upon landing for their troubles. So as Nori is going to be looking to duel with this Nautilus and try to assert their dominance at least on that roll, and really might just come down to who gets the most out of their picks. Nori going to be looking for more on the Inkjet, and indeed does find one as Kato, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Kato is going to try to assert themselves and trying to find a way in, but is forced back, and last chance, well, they make him pay for that. Naeon with the dual leads. And as their push continues, they're going to get the splashdown and increase their area of effectiveness even more. It's 2-2 on the map, and finally losing the Rainmaker to the Stingray.
But yeah, that is kind of critical. If they can find a way to keep their Nautilus alive so players can jump back in. Last chance. Oh, look how far pushed up they are. I didn't even realize that. If Nori can get a few picks here, they're not going to have another Stingray ready for a while. You can see they're already at 15 out of 100% at the top of the screen. So they might not have another Stingray to work with here. But it looks like Team Raizen was able to clear them out. They're already going back to mid. Yeah, all 4 players for last chance are in mid, but the Nautilus does go down. Can Trevor get a pick here? That is a huge pick. Nice double. Can they get the Rainmaker? And there you go. A nice response by Team Raizen there. As I'm not going to say their backs were against the wall because you know why. But I will say they needed to win that game, and they found a way to do it. Nicely done.
Well, they were certainly in danger of getting pushed off the stage, weren't they? So, as we're going to take a look at the stats here, yeah, those 2 splats at the end, adding to the total of Trevor's for 8, those might have been so key to prevent this thing from getting into overtime. As last chance, they had no choice but to focus on objective, and it's real easy to get a flank in Pop Gun where you know exactly where they're headed.
Yeah, and you know, you kind of point out Trevor got all those picks, most of those picks in the last second there. Other than that, Last Chance did a really excellent job of shutting down the roller, even though they switched to the in-zap, which led to more paint, which led for more opportunity for the roller to work with. So you saw, like, pretty much every time, except for that one flank where they traded with the Tetras, there was a point sensor on Trevor from the heavy remix, and that did a big job at shutting them down. But the in-zap switch with a higher KA really stepped up for their team there. But now that we're heading to our first Splat Zones game, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of comps. I can't see them dropping the in-zap for the K-Pro here.
No, especially not. You just want... I mean, just in terms of the map itself, obviously, yeah, you should value having more numbers on the map. But when you're talking about Splat Zones, you really do have to focus on objective, if nothing else, for garnering it just a little bit for a split second and adding the penalty on. It's a good defensive tool, and also, of course, having ink armors certainly does not hurt. So we are going to start out. That's
here we go. I didn't see that. So okay, so
take a look at what they were doing here. The Splattershot Jr. seems to have been what the weapon of choice was for these individuals. They're going to have a little party at their base while we take care of what's happening here. Are we just going to have a squid party in Winners Final? Let's go.
It looks like it looks like Team Raizen was coming up to offer some sort of peace offering, but Last Chance has denied the peace offering, killing 2 of their players. Team Raizen, it seems to be fine with the fact that 2 of their players just died right in front of their face. Okay, so it seems like they're cool with that. Maybe they didn't like those 2 players that died anyways. Who knows?
Yeah, there's always someone that has to say something.
They're trying to take a drip pic right there. They're saying this way. I think they're trying to get Last Chance to join them for a picture. They actually have a pretty good one right there. Oh no, you could have taken it with the inkjet.
Oh, Oh, Trev, come on, man.
We'll
That's
check
not
Twitter
cool.
later and see if that's on there.
That's funny. We got the heart. Let's go. Gotta love. I love this game. Love this community. It's so rad. But yeah, we are going to reset and get back to the competitive nature of things. Ignore those 2 splats by the Tetris. That was just a little rude, wasn't it? But as we continue on for zones on Arena. Interesting map. Definitely have your spots where the backliners could be effective, but they're also just far enough, Pop Gun, to where if you're just kind of chilling there for the entire match, you're kind of just taken out of the competition.
Yeah,
especially on the sides, really. Yellow.
Hold on.
And
what just happened
think
here?
And the console just entered sleep mode, so I'm sure they're having fun playing.
How does that happen?
I am not sure, to be completely honest. That's funny.
So give us a quick second, folks. We had a technical issue of some sort, so I don't quite understand. Or were we hosting that room? Are they playing right now? Do we know? Basically, we DC'd from the lobby, or the streamer that we're looking at DC'd from the lobby. I don't know if we were the host or if they're playing or what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, and honestly, I am wondering what is going on with my...
It's looking like we made the room. Okay, so we're going to be joining that here.
Okay. Why does it say I have no internet? That's so weird.
You have no internet?
Second.
In the meantime, I guess I could just read off some of this. They like it when I just read off this thing that's on a sheet of paper here.
Absolutely.
There is no Splatter Swim. Or no, not Splatter Swim. That's a team. What is it? Swim or Sink? There is no Swim or Swink. Swim or Sink this upcoming week.
There you go.
Wednesday, September 30th, it will be taken off. It will be returning next week, October 7th, Wednesday at 8 p.m. EDT. However, Testing Grounds, which was a couple of weeks ago, will be returning next week, or this upcoming week, Friday at 8 p.m. EDT. Testing Grounds is a bi-weekly tournament running on Fridays. The series is aimed to give teams and viewers a platform for finding and testing new ideas for tournament play, as well as get more involved in competitive Splatoon. I'm very good at reading. And there we go. We got the room back up. Players are starting to rejoin. Again, we are in winners finals. It is currently 2-1 in favor of Last Chance over Team Raizen. And yes, that is Swim or Stink, not Swim or Swink. I'm not even sure if Swink is a word. It could be.
I don't know. We can find out.
Hey, your internet's good. That's
yeah,
awesome.
It's back. It's back.
And so are the players. How convenient is that? And it shouldn't take too long for everybody to ready up. I think one thing that was interesting to note, I'm pretty sure the players have to stick with the weapons we just saw. And actually no, because the player DC'd in the lobby or something. But we did see a Kinsa 52 gal. I can't tell who was using it. I think it was the Nautilus player for Team Raizen that was using it. So I think it was a pro, a 52 roller, and a splatling of some sort. But
makes sense to me. I mean, it's what's the main goal of the Nautilus? To disrupt and maybe take a few bodies out along the way. And 52 gal, kind of achieving the same thing, except you got maybe a little bit more punch to you as you take a look at the compositions. We are indeed going to see that Balbino is going to break it out and try to take some bodies.
Yeah, the 52 gal is going to give a lot more paint than what the Nautilus would do as well. So it's basically like they're keeping the same kind of paint output that they had in the last game. They're just kind of dropping armor, along with Booyah, that can help cap the zone here, even though it is kind of awkward with that dummy that's kind of positioned in the middle there. But 2 players immediately going down for Team Raizen, as you see Kato getting an opportunity to push in with Bubbles as their teammates come back and get a few picks that the Bubbles can get out of our face. We can see what's actually going on. 3 players going down there, so zone going to Team Raizen.
And that's something that I wanted to talk about, because you were mentioning prior that there is no way that they go off of the NZAP, but then they go with the Forge, which provides a lot of coverage with the Bubble Blower, as well as a little bit of defensive utility. Say someone wants to come in on that elevated area and try to get a few picks in the in midfield and zone. That provides all the utility and certainly all the ink that you would need if you get a triple pop on those things.
Well, I meant they couldn't do the Forge and the Nautilus again. So dropping the Nautilus with the 52 works out. But yeah, obviously the Forge is a really smart pick here instead of double Booyah. I mean, you don't see Forge that often, but Bubbles are really nice on a Splattershot Pro weapon such as that. However, Last Chance was able to hold on to the lead. Oh, they don't know that Abuino is sharking behind. Look, all 4 of those players. How long are they going to shark there? Make a move. Okay, now they're exposing themselves with Booyah Bomb. So a double, yeah, they're using a double Booyah Bomb to catch them. Wow, they stayed sharking back there for a really long time. Beautiful. And it's now starting to pay dividends. What a nice triple there.
Yeah, that is how you get things done. You just got to do it yourself sometimes. And they are able to recap zone, and they're going to cut down on their counter. However, they have ways to go to make up. They're going to fall just 9 points short on the board right now as it sits. It is 61-52 in favor of Last Chance, as they are going to look to secure their spot in Grand Finals. They're going to get taken out mid-air. You talk about your anti-airs in fighting games, and you talk about something like that. Trevor going to make them pay, though not without a cost.
Yeah, Last Chance playing tower defense here. And they do get rid of all of their penalty points with about 2 minutes left to go here. Team Raizen is going to throw a Booyah Bomb in. I don't know if that's going to be enough to stall zone. You do see the Tetras and Roller taking a fight that's completely away from everything that's going on back in mid. So the zone will flip to the side of Team Raizen there just before a KO comes out. And I believe that is Tover, not Trevor, that we've been saying. Find a way to win a nice 1v1 against the Tetras there. You mentioned
I would say Tovar, like it's some sort of like mythical Beowulf era kind of warrior, but
that might be it. Honestly, that sounds pretty hardcore.
Saying though, that is metal, dude. But either way, this is Nori. Maybe slightly comparatively mundane, but certainly has been very effective throughout the course of this set, as fearsome a warrior as any you could name. And also on the back line here, this is Pulet. I'm gonna try not to butcher that too much. So thankfully we have Inkling on the remix, who's been providing quite a bit of coverage for their team on these backline weapons, and certainly the remix will be no different, as the Booyah Bomb will likely go on his own.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be enough to cap, but they do get Tover, and that is gonna be enough to cap right there. The Booyah Bomb initially wasn't enough, but we do see another Booyah Bomb coming in once again from Team Raizen here. They still got a lot of penalty points to chew through, but once they get through those points, it's basically gonna be their lead to get, but they're going to need to do it right now, and they're having difficulty staying alive. I don't know if that is a nice pick there in the Shark, but with 10 seconds left to go, players need to jump back in and get on this zone right now. They can't just stall it. They have to completely flip it over to their side. The Booyah Bomb coming out. I don't know if that alone is going to be enough to cap it, because 2 players do go down, so that game will be held onto by Last Chance, and they will make a return trip a rare second place finish team making a return trip to grand finals in Low Inc. And Team Raizen will be sent to the losers bracket where they will be down to their last chance.
And it was not without a fight from Team Raizen. As you saw, I mean, that was Balbino leading the pack and leading all teams really with splats with 11. Certainly their Sharkin abilities on the Gal coming into play there and doing well for their team, making it awful close at the end. And Last Chance really did have to win a fight for their position at the front of the pack in that particular game. But again, it's Last Chance that are going to get a chance once again to make it to Grands and play for Low Inc. glory. However, Popgun, the elephant in the room, they've been here before, this exact position. The question is, now, are they able to close it out? Which we will find out shortly enough in Grands, as soon as we determine their opponents. So we will come back, and we will get started with the elimination bracket. Winners go on, losers get out. Don't go away. You're watching Low Inc. here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. And welcome back to Low Ink, joined here by Popgun. I am Stu, the announcer, and yeah, Xanadu versus Vento. Now, Vento, we've actually seen in a few of these brackets, not just Low Ink, but also Swimmer Sync, and always capable of making those upsets. We've seen them come awful close to them and even pulling them off on a few occasions, actually. But going up against Xanadu, and while we were discussing the nomenclature of the group, certainly what can also be discussed is their prowess, especially with how far they've come in this bracket.
Yeah, you won't see Xanadu too much in the weekday tournaments. Since school has started back up, they've been kind of, I think a few of their players have been bitten by the homework bug. But Xanadu is a well-known Low Ink team. They're one of the, I guess you could say they're one of the favorites to win, even though they're here in losers bracket. But they've been around for a long time. I remember fighting these guys back in like October of last year in this tournament. And what you see right here, this comp you see out of them, get used to that. You're going to see Tetras and Bamboo the entire tournament. They are not afraid of the fact that you know what weapons they're going to use, because they're just too hard to stop, and they're too good at what they want to do. But obviously Vento has shown with them beating Persistence earlier, even beating Persistence on this very map and mode earlier in this tournament, that they're more than capable of handling Xanadu.
Well, I mean, you take a look at their composition, and it kind of just tells you what they're all about, isn't it? With those quick respawns and also the triple MPU on both the dualies and the Bamboozler, they want numbers going forward, and they want to make sure that they are going to have the numbers advantage. And on New Albacore Hotel, certainly going to be looking to garner that early, as they don't get much off of this push, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit more coordination going forward would pay dividends, as it's going to be Hayden that's forced to reposition by the Tenta missiles. It's going to cover up the entirety of that one ramp, but holding them at bay, though, two power clans on the side of Vento, certainly looming large in the early proceedings of this match.
Yeah, I don't know if this is one of Xanadu's better maps, though, for the comps that they like to use. As we see, is this going to be a triple power clan? It is, right off the bat. What a jump. Wow, what a play. You saw the Nautilus use Baller, get in there and just do a triple Baller jump. We saw that earlier in this tournament. Actually, it was the same team that did that. These guys have pulled off two triple power clan throws in the same day on the same map against two well-known Low Ink teams. That is insanely impressive.
I mean, Vento, you gotta really just tip your hat to them. They are, the 14th ranked team in this tournament, and yet they always seem to be punching above their weight, whether it's here or whether it's at these or whether it's at the Swimmer Sync tournaments. They always find a way, it seems, to make their voices heard. And Dio, certainly no stranger to that, as that ballpoint will eventually be taken down, though not without a fight. Xanadu will eventually get another barrier breakage, taking their count down to 70, and certainly with more as the clams come piling in. But good defense on the side of Vento. They're going to find themselves in a very enviable position. However, that clock, there's still plenty of time for Xanadu to make some noise, and they are going to tape them out at the bridge. Not a whole lot of room with which to maneuver. Frosh takes full advantage with those triple MPU dual explosives.
Yeah, you see Frosh here, the captain of Xanadu, getting a key pick that's hopefully going to help his team make something happen here. But we kind of talked about defensive comps last time. Vento easily has the more defensive comp here with the range of the Nautilus and the ballpoint. But however, if there is some silver lining here for Xanadu, they've already found a way past Vento's defensives twice, even though they only gave up one push on their own. But they're going to find a way to get in through here. This is the last player alive that we're looking at, and they're so far away from their basket. The goal is broken. The penalty points erased. It looks like they do have enough clams to get the lead. Can they find a way? And they do! There they go! And two players down. Xanadu's going to keep pushing up. They're going to fall, but they don't have any clams. But regardless, this basket is going to close up. But Xanadu is going to use their aggression. It looks like they're just going to stay here and use this time to get all the map control that they need. Oh, but the Nautilus, you already know the Nautilus for Vento is just working on getting a baller so that they can possibly land another baller jump in. And they don't have to do it too much. Oh, actually, they got 30.
And they're real close to it. In fact, they have just reached it. And Nero, as we saw them doing that work and try to get those shots in. How key was that? And we saw just at the very end, before Xanadu was able to take the lead, how they were able to force the ball point off of the high ground and make sure that they were able to neutralize them. First, you take them out of position, and then you take them out. Make sure that they are not able to garner any more of that damage with that more concentrated stream that the ball point gives you later on. So now it's going to be Vento trying to fight for their game one lives. With 20 seconds to go, they will get a barrier breakage. One more power clam will do it. However, they are down 4-2 on the map, and that's going to be Hageman, I would imagine, fighting against.
Somebody's flicking around through the mid, though.
Oh, but yeah, someone put some clams in, trying to extend the clock just a little bit more, but the barrier is going to come back up, and that is going to be it. Hageman forced away from the ramp at the very death, not able to get that elevated throw onto the goal, and it is going to be by the slimmest of margins, Pop Gun. However, Xanadu takes it 64-63.
That was so weird. I don't understand why the NZAP jumped out there with the power clamp. They had to find a way to get that power clamp in there. Instead, just retreated back to their own basket and let the game in. I wonder if they thought they had lead there or something. That looked really weird. It looked really weird. But regardless,
they couldn't find a way in. It felt like, and don't get me wrong, I understand when you have numbers going against you. You maybe had maybe they just kind of assumed that the match was lost as soon as they found their two teammates overextended at the very death of it. But either way, you're going to have to have a little bit better communication and coordination, especially as we're coming up to Rainmaker on Anchovy Games, where you really do kind of need those three teammates of yours buzzing around you like you're the queen bee and they're your subjects. If you are going to stave off. As if you're going to stave off the swarm that is coming at you from the platform above as you're going down that ramp.
Yeah, it does look like we're seeing a roster change, at least from Vento. Actually, I think the NZAP player we were just talking about has subbed out or either DC'd, so I don't really know what's up with that. But yeah, like you said, with Anchovy Games here, the flank can be kind of a critical thing to keep an eye of, especially against a team like Xanadu, who has a Tetris player that is kind of known for being annoying and pesky. Like Tetris is basically, their role is to be that annoying housefly that you just can't swat, and you spend too much time trying to swat, and then you forget, oh wait, the other team's pushing with the objective here. But we do see a switch coming from Vento Gaming, so we'll see how this works out for them.
It will be interesting. I guess while we are waiting for this game to start, I will delve on the point that we were talking about during the initial break, Pop Gun, where I was contending. You said that they were named after the stage play / movie starring Olivia Newton-John, where if something magical
like
happens and there's a lot of rollerblading or something like that. I know it as being the title of a Rush song, which is about some mythical place that Kublai Khan discovered and wound up. And I guess like whatever the original nomenclature is, I guess my main point is listen to Rush, because they're awesome and you should totally check them out if you have not done so already. Either way, no time for games. We got to go to Anchovy Games and make it rain.
And we do see Stingray Spam C-Jet coming out for Vento, along with a K-Machine with a lot of run speed. I wonder what they're looking to do on this map. There's not really a whole lot of uninkable spots, so I wonder why they want that much run speed on the K-Machine coming out here. And with Xanadu, the only real surprising thing, it's not really surprising if you know Xanadu, they dropped the bamboo in favor of the Nautilus. But they do have both of their players that are in right now are pretty good with splatter shots, so I guess that is why you see 2 splatter shots. But 3 players going down immediately for Vento as you see Xanadu picking it up. I guess I forgot to mention, this is a best of 3, so if Xanadu wins this one, it's over.
And they are looking to do so right now. I mean, getting 65 points out of that initial one and getting the pick off of that K-Pro is going to be huge. They don't get the barrier breakers that they want, and indeed, they'll lose possession of the Rainmaker, but that is how you establish yourself early on. You're putting the pressure on your opposition, just as Vento did to you in that game number 1, if we're being completely honest. Remember that triple power clam coming through and paying big dividends, but it was the persistence that Xanadu wound up providing. That's such a huge pick on the K-Machine.
Yes.
And yeah, that is Nero, a machine indeed. Just a shot straight to the face is going to take out their opposition there, and Xanadu is going to defend and try to push out, not after ceding 41 points, and they will get a pick here, however, giving themselves numbers going forward. 4-2 on the map right now. That's Splattershot Jr. just coming back into play.
That was it. That was the push that Vento needed. You don't know how many opportunities over the course of this 3-minute game that you're going to get. That was their opportunity to get a huge lead there and reclaim lead. And now you see a huge wipe coming out. And Xanadu's going to flip the script right back on him, possibly get this KO here. Oh, but they get stalled at the right time. But, that is a wipe.
Yeah, that
is a
game.
wipe with this
Look at
coming out
that.
here. Gosh.
Held within the pleasure dawn decreed by Kubla Khan. Xanadu will go on by a score of 2-0.
But Vento had that opportunity. They had that window there with the K-Machine getting a key triple. They just couldn't find a way to get up the fan fast enough, and that ultimately cost them the game. But man, a nice win there from Xanadu. But Vento, they're going to be looking at that one in a film review at some point and be like, wow, we had an opportunity right there to win that game.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked that the kill didn't come just a little bit earlier. We saw Lukeski carrying the Rainmaker and not doing too poorly, getting picks on their own right. But at the same time, I feel like that engagement with the DPS coming in from off of the top may have held them up just a little bit. I feel like at that point, you're already towards the goal. Might as well just charge in. But nevertheless, that is something that can be left up for debate, and certainly up to those who are going to be playing in these later rounds, as Xanadu, the 10th seed in this tournament, fight their way into losers final, and they have earned the opportunity to fight. They will get 3rd place at worst. However, their opposition is certainly fearsome, and they go by the name of Raizen.
Yes. I'm assuming we're taking a break here, like a quick few breaks or so. Okay. Well, either way, I'm gonna go get something to drink, so I'm gonna force us to take a quick break.
That's good to me, man. You know what? That sounds
we will
all
be
good.
right back.
Go get your water. Stay hydrated. We'll be back here at Low Ink. and welcome back to our coverage here at Low Ink. Just a quick reminder, exclamation point giveaway if you want to get in on this contest for a IPL Splatoon sticker set. That's a bunch of stickers for ourselves here at Inkling Performance Labs. You want to slap them on your laptop, want to slap them on your backpack. I'm not really sure how they'd stick on your backpack, but nevertheless, you want to do that, I can't stop you. So wherever you want to put them, they're certainly fun, certainly decorative, and they can certainly be yours. Exclamation point giveaway. We're going to do this thing right now, and we have given away so many of these stickers that it's kind of easy to lose track of it, isn't it, Popgun, as we have demonstrated here today. But
that feel when you're one of the few people who don't have an IPL sticker.
Yeah, I know, right? We'll get ours. We'll get ours someday. You know what? You can. We'll get ours.
Some kind of compensation someday.
I'm gonna put mine on my laptop. I'm gonna put mine on my TV screen. I like the suggestion that I saw in chat. You want to stick them on your face? More power to you. Do it up. Definitely.
Wait, no.
Why not, man?
Put it on your Switch or your Switch dock, so that when we can go to LANs again, you can rep IPL at these other LANs, like at the Xanadu venue you were talking about in Maryland.
Oh yeah, the Xanadu games, because we were talking about the crossover between certain things in esports, and one of the things was Xanadu, obviously the team that's going to be playing next up in Losers Final, but also there's the Xanadu games down in Maryland that run that's the home of VG Bootcamp, one of the largest Smash tournament channels on the planet. So, shout outs to them. They're good people, and certainly everyone down in the MDVA region. But if you want to get yourself in for the stickers, exclamation point giveaway, we will be doing it very shortly. If you want, you to get yourself entered, that's how you do it. But until then, Xanadu, they've kind of been fighting their way through the elimination bracket, and certainly have been just fearsome, to say the least. This was their fourth straight win in on losers' side that they've taken out the likes of Squid Row, the Bunnies, and now Vento, most recently to the tune of 2-0. Raizen might just be a little bit tougher of an out. Well,
Raizen has shown that they are the kryptonite to Xanadu. They played in round 2 of this tournament in the winners final, or in the winners bracket, and lost 3-0. They played in losers round 4 last month. Team Raizen won that 2-0. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Xanadu if they're going to want to find a way to win this. But Team Raizen, it's going to come down to an issue of, because Team Raizen was in this losers final last month as well. So there's a lot of history going on between these two teams in this particular losers finals here. Team Raizen wanted to get some revenge and get another opportunity at last chance. Xanadu just honestly looking to find a way to take one game off of Team Raizen at this point, something they haven't done in their team's history. And they're going to do it first off at Tower Control at Schellendorf Institute.
And they have no choice but to do so. And I guess we're going to run the giveaway now, are we not? So we're going to get that figured out as these teams are getting set. Raizen versus Xanadu. Xanadu. Not really sure. I'm just going by the pronunciation by Rush, so you're just going to have to deal with that. Shujin 06.
You keep dating yourself.
Dude, I mean, look, I'm in my 20s, dude. I'm not like 40 years old. I didn't listen to it when it came out. Just because I just so happened to know that it was a B-side on A Farewell to Kings doesn't necessarily mean that I listened to it on vinyl on its original thing. So either way, we're going to be going to Schellendorf. Time to get educated as we are going to Tower Control. For Losers Final, winner goes on, loser gets out.
So the one thing, the note here, as we see Xanadu coming off to a hot start, Wiltsy has subbed in for Frosh for Xanadu. You see Wiltsy on the remix. So Xanadu, they're shuttling them in so that they want to do an anchor. It makes a lot of sense here. Remix up on that glass, as you see Wiltsy kind of controlling it for Xanadu is something that's really easy to do with a Splatling. And obviously, Team Raizen is going to be using a remix the entire time as well. So it's going to be this match might come down to which Splatling controls the sky better here. And obviously, Xanadu off to an early start. Oh, an unfortunate death there by Late Case Guy.
A shot straight to the face, and that's going to be a trade that they have no choice but to take. Xanadu going to try to push up through these sides as Tovar gets taken down by that punishing 96 gal. And yeah, it's a little bit random to be fair, but yeah, it's certainly a force to be reckoned with. When it hits, it capital H hits.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing Leon on 96 gal. Usually you see him using something like a Bamboo or a 96, but I guess they really want that armor, as well as not being able to sacrifice any of the range they're used to seeing. But again, we kind of talked about Team Raizen, the paint output for the roller being a bit of an issue. On this map, paint, in my opinion, paint isn't really that big of a deal. Just because so much of the action goes on up top on the uninkable glass. As you see, the roller still finding a way to get behind Xanadu's defenses there and create enough of a distraction for Team Raizen to get past this first checkpoint. So that is a huge distraction play by the roller, even though they didn't get any picks out of it.
Yeah, I think that the popularity of Schellendorf can be summed up, because I do remember at Smash and Splash when that was in fact still a thing. There being a team that was literally named Band Schellendorf. So that was always something that stuck with me. And so whenever I see it pop up, I can always never help but laugh, as Tovar is going to be taken down, finding themselves in a 2v1 in that corner. Nobody puts Tovar in the corner except their opposition. Xanadu is going to be dead. Going to go up in the numbers, ever so slightly. Lakeski going to utilize that splashdown, but the Inkjet popping out just in time, trying to stay alive and potentially get something off of there. And yeah, they will eventually get that pick with a little bit of help from above. You think that you're safe, but then Tovar comes back with an absolute capital V vengeance with the roller trying to shark. But the remix is always there. It's back and forth, as we were kind of expecting it would be, Popgun.
And yes, we are pronouncing Tovar correctly now. When you keep making plays like Tovar has been making, it kind of commands respect that we are now showing them, obviously. Here we go. Here's the situation Raizen needs to get the lead here. This Booyah Bomb's going to be critical. Even though they lost 2 players, that should be enough to get lead, and they do get it, arriving at the checkpoint. But with a minute left to go here, honestly, they might have lost too many players. I think Kato is a little bit off on their own, but more players are coming in now. For Xanadu to get lead, all they have to do is really get to that checkpoint. They don't even have to clear it. But with a minute left to go, this is still anybody's game at this point. There's no reason for either team to start feeling comfortable. And with 2 players going down, that is huge for Team Raizen. Make that 3. The Nautilus just going down as well. And there's not going to be any specials ready to go from Team Raizen to stop this push. So this lead will go flipped right back immediately to Xanadu. And if they can find a way to get past this checkpoint, that might be too much for Team Raizen to overcome. They do save the checkpoint. And with only 1 player left for Xanadu, it's going to come down to this last 20 seconds, too.
And that Inkjet is going to be online for Nautilus right now, as well as the Ink Armor. They're going to pop that right now, and they're going to have all the support that they need coming forward, except they have all that. The Inkjet is in their face, runs into a 2v1, however. Booyah Bomb incoming, and this is the push that they are going to need. However, they are forced off of the point, and it is going to be... Oh my gosh, they actually hung on. Raizen. Oddly enough, you think that you have a team figured out, and then Raizen changes the questions. Not nearly enough so, as you saw the individual efforts of Xanadu were just a little too potent, but they do take it 1-0. Raizen on the ropes, but not without a fight.
That was a fantastic match. That was a really good tower control game. And you know what? That's the first time in 6 games that Xanadu has beaten Team Raizen and Low Ink. And that's what it takes to beat them? That's what they have to do to get a win? My goodness, that is... They completely dominated the KAs, but it still came down to 1 point at the end there. So, God, Xanadu, that obviously it's a sigh of relief. But if you're Team Raizen, you got to feel like, okay, we still feel like we're the better team here. We just got to flip the script back around in one game, and they're going to get an opportunity to do that in Splat Zone Shipyard. And I do want to mention real quick, this is a best of 5, unlike the best of 3 you just saw. So so Team Raizen does have a little bit of wiggle room here to get back into taking this set.
Yeah, it's not that they played a poor game either. It's more just the fact that they utilized they did not conserve their specials wisely enough to make it happen, and that's an unfortunate error to have made, because that's a whole bunch of real estate that you gave up for what seems like no reason, honestly, other than the fact that you got a little antsy with how you were building up your specials before. Just good timing on Xanadu's part, really.
Yeah, and we see Wiltsy staying in here. Now, I say that you should kind of expect what to do or what to see out of Xanadu. Wiltsy is the one wild card. They can do anything from anchoring to armor botting to something crazy like a dynamo. So it's not completely predictable as long as Wiltsy is in the lineup. However, it does look like they switched out Hayden for their captain Frosh, who is coming in on CDS. On the side of... we do have a little bit of a change on Raizen. They do have a Hydra Splatling instead of a Remix this time around. So they're going to... Well, but they still have 2 Booyah Bombs because they're doing the K-Pro and the 52 Gal. The Hydra can work out really well on this map if you can find a way to get on the enemy grate and just abuse the range. But Josh, that's going to be hard to do when 3 players immediately go down for Team Raizen.
That's a tough one to have to negotiate there, and I guess you do have I guess you can afford to run that Hydra if you're on a something that's as relatively stationary as zones, especially when you have the elevation with which to do so. And of course, I mean, you never know, if you want to get onto zone, play some Ink Mines down, more power to you. I wouldn't suggest staying there for too long, however. And certainly, we are going to... hello?
Yes. Well, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Discord's been acting kind of funky. So
that was weird, but... Yeah, no, we are going to have a quick advantage for Xanadu, and...
Yeah, we're close to seeing a knockout situation right here, actually.
Yeah, that is a knockout situation.
And
that's a straight up... Yeah, no, that is a straight up, they rolled in, said, Mama said knock you out, and they done did it. That is, well, to say the very least, that is decisive, and just like that, Xanadu taking Raizen behind the woodshed, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, and they did it. You know, I said they used the same weapons. That's the second. That's actually the 4th different weapon Leon has brought out with the X-Splosher, the custom X-Splosher that time around. So wow, this is a backs against the wall kind of situation here. That I was not expecting Team Raizen to be in this situation right here. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that they had to wait. Well, no, they didn't even have to wait a little bit because the last match was just a few rounds away. So it's not like they had a long wait for Xanadu to get up here, but wow. Oh, and we do see some players switching out. One thing I do want to mention, and I wasn't even aware of this until the ping came out in the IPL server, but Discord is acting kind of funky right now for everybody. So if we start talking like robots or we just go silent, it's probably because we can't hear each other or we can't see the game, or maybe some combination of both. This is kind of scary, honestly.
So we are going to.
Okay, I thought I just lost you. Okay, you're so.
Yeah, no, we are. See, the thing is that if Raizen aren't careful, they are in very real danger of losing something far more valuable. So they are going to try to regroup, reassess, and reload as we go to Clam Blitz on Inkblot. And as they're going to make the last minute adjustments to their compositions, what are you expecting from out of them? Because we saw Wiltsy, as you mentioned, and is going to be staying in for this game 3, leading the team in splats on that roller, just an absolute hellion on the field, just making sure that no one was able to establish numbers on middle ground, and really just keeping everyone out, just with the presence with the roller alone. I'm kind of wondering what Raizen are going to have to do in order to counteract that, because now you're dealing with a madman, and they have the roller to show it.
Yeah, and the issue here is, what is Raizen going to do? Exactly. At this point, they can't predict Xanadu. With the lineup that they have in right now, they can't predict it. But Raizen has to find a way to give Tovar the map paint on the ground for Tovar to work with. Xanadu these past 2 games has completely shut out Tovar, and it's really starting to hurt the entire team here. So can Raizen find a way to elevate Tovar in the same sense, elevate their entire team? As we've seen them coming out, really interesting comp here: Nautilus, Forge, K Machine, and a Remix. So kind of doubling. Oh, actually, is that the K Machine instead of the roller? I think it is. So they drop roller completely. Wow.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, but
yeah, that's Tovar on K Machine.
Yeah, and that's going to be Wiltsy staying on the roller. I can only imagine. Kato, it's paying dividends thus far. That is 3 on the map, and they're going to try to get as many clams as they possibly can, get a barrier breakage soon enough, as soon as the power clam is out on the field. However, might need another numbers advantage with which to do it. Tovar very wisely getting away from the splashdown, as they're going to try to utilize that K Machine to pile on some damage to anyone who dare venture close enough to the ledge, that potential snipe. But as we're seeing, Xanadu on the defensive, and makes sense. They were pushed back quite a bit at the beginning, but they will be taken out yet again. Kato adding to the body count, and yet another one from Hayden. Kato looking for some heads with the Ford Splattershot Pro again. Maybe not conventional, but as we are seeing here, as Lukeski learned firsthand, it's surely effective.
And they've had bubbles at the ready for a long time. They haven't popped the bubbles yet. They're waiting for that opportunity to push, but they got 30 power clams. They have all their specials. There they go. I have to say, what more of an invitation do they need? And they still can't find a way to get it in there. A splashdown coming down. The one player with the power clam is the Inkjet, and the Inkjet gets canceled out. Wow, how does Team Raizen not score there is beyond me. They still have one K Machine in the base, does get picked out. I don't no idea how Xanadu managed to survive that without any points being scored by Team Raizen. That is insane.
It
absolutely insane.
That is an opportunity that I felt like was present, and yet they simply did not take it. So I don't know. You got the girl 2 lockers down. You think you think they're into you. You gotta eventually go up and ask her out. Xanadu is gonna be looking to take that chance.
That's what Xanadu's doing right now.
They do. You gotta shoot your shot,
Xanadu's
man.
looking to go on a date.
You gotta shoot your shot.
And there you go. Xanadu.
You okay there, man?
I am. Yeah, I was. It hit a little too close to home there, I guess. I don't know. But a good push there from Xanadu. And honestly, if they could just keep playing defense the way they have been the first 3 minutes, that 59 remaining is enough to win this game for them. Especially with Leon getting a nice pick there with the bamboo and taking down the Nautilus. Really, the Forge Pro has been the main reason that Raizen has been in this game, and that Forge Pro just went down. So they're going to need somebody else to kind of step up here. I like the pick switching to the K Machine because the roller obviously hasn't been working. So it's going to need... I think we're going to have to see the K Machine to start taking over the game here at some point, abusing the arcing shot that they can use to get over the ledge here on some of these spots that will help Team Raizen get back into this one and avoid getting eliminated here.
I don't really know if I agree with that remix trying to get cute in the midfield, but that suction bomb is going to at least supply a trade with the main weapon there. It's going to be numbers on the on the map right now. That's a full team wipe, in fact. That's numbers for you. When Xanadu are going to provide another barrier breakage that gets rid of the penalty. Whether or not they can garner anything else off of it remains to be seen, and indeed they do. 18 more points, in fact. So that's 6 clans that they threw in. Lukeski going to try to continue this, and stealthy as ever, but gets a pick off of it, is not able to concentrate on...
Got a trade there?
Yeah, somehow getting a trade. I don't know how you're doing it shooting up from that angle, but Lukeski, persistent as ever with those Tetras, and certainly the mobility that weapon provides, paying dividends, but yeah, that's this is a 65-point gap that Raizen have no choice but to negotiate here in the final 15 seconds. And Raizen...
It's going to come down to if this Inkjet can...
They're not going to find the pick. Raizen has to jump in with the Booyah Bomb, maybe a little bit too much. The splashdown will provide just a little bit more area, but that is going to be it. They get the barrier breakage, but they are actually still able to push in, but yeah, that's the remix all by themselves. They have nowhere to go, and you do not have the speed to keep up with that. And Xanadu, against all the odds, hey, raise your hand if you predicted a 3-0 victory. Xanadu find their way to grand finals where last chance awaits.
Yeah, Xanadu, there's another lower level tourney called Ash Cup that Xanadu won a couple of weeks ago. What we just saw was Xanadu's greatest win in their team's history, beside the fact that they won that other tournament. I can't believe they beat... How Team Raizen had them completely locked down every other time they played them. They were 0-5 against Team Raizen in low ink coming into this match, and they win 3-0 to go to grand finals. I don't believe it. That is insane. That is amazing.
I mean, look, improbable.
But again,
improbable has never been equivalent to impossible, Popgun. That's the thing. And Raizen maybe getting a little bit too comfortable, thinking, "Oh, we've beaten Xanadu before. Certainly, they won't take us out in losers." Well, guess what? They just did. They came in motivated. They were thirsty for some. They wanted the smoke straight up, and they brought it. They absolutely were throwing hands, and really, that game too was as decisive a game as we have seen really all throughout this tournament. Popgun, that really seemed to set the tone, and certainly on Clams, just a slow bleed from there on in, winning 65 to 20 or what was 23, something along those lines. But it never seemed to be out of control of Xanadu, and certainly a spot in Grants well earned.
Yeah, in another great tournament for Team Raizen. I mean, unfortunately, they still fall in losers finals. But I go back. I love the switch from Roller to K Machine because they were showing that Roller just wasn't working against Xanadu, at least in those 2 games that we saw. But they had their opportunities against Xanadu. It's just Xanadu just made the right plays at the right time. I mean, you think back to the tower control game, they found a way to win, hold on to. You think back to that Clan Blitz game, it looked like Raizen was about to destroy them all in one set. But Wow, I'm still
Yeah.
speechless. That is an impressive win for Donovan.
It's more than okay. We're going to collect ourselves. We're going to come back, and we're going to get ready for grand finals. And before we go, I'm just going to advise you to type in !giveaway. And we'll tell you why when we come back. Right here on Low Ink. Welcome back, one and all. We are approaching Grand Finals here at Low Inc. And remember when I said to type in ! giveaway into the chat? Well, that's because we like to go a little ham at the end, right before Grand Finals. You know, we've been giving away the Nintendo Switch Online memberships for the past 3 Swimmer Sync tournaments. Well, tonight we got you just a little something extra. We are giving away one $60 Nintendo eShop card. So, yeah, $60 is equivalent to $60 US, and it is happening right now. So, once again, folks, ! Giveaway for your last chance at a win here. And before we get to last chance versus Xanadu, well, you got a chance to win a little something for yourselves. So get those in. Absolutely! ! Giveaway. That costs nothing, and you're winning something with a potentially $60 value. So we're taking a look at the lineups here. Last chance versus Xanadu. Pop Gun, I was wondering if you had any predictions.
No, I do not. You know, it's interesting. I did kind of do like a top 10 on my own of teams in this tournament. I had.
Hello? Oh my gosh, is he actually? Well, that's see, I mean, it's been about as unpredictable as this tournament itself, so it kind of fits. And you know, a giveaway is good when even the people that are about to play in Grand Finals are well, we are going to get that rolling along when we do. But either way, Xanadu fought their way through 5 straight games in losers bracket, and now if they want a shot at tournament glory, this may well be their last chance. Welcome to Grand Finals here at Low Inc. September 2020. Taking a look at the composition, starting out to Junior, Remix, Nautilus, and Tetras from Last Chance. The Xanadu, Wiltsy making the starting lineup for game number 1 this time on the roller, as well as the Bamboozler Tetra and the T-Tech from Frosh.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah, you're just in time for Grand.
Awesome. Okay, you asked me about my predictions. I told you that Xanadu was going to get an early 20-point lead and was going to immediately flip to Last Chance here. So I have so far been 100% correct, as we see Inkling number 4 getting control of zone here. It's interesting, in Low Inc history, since we've done this like double elimination bracket, we usually see the team coming in from the loser side coming in really strong, because this team like Last Chance has to sit around and wait for the losers finals to end up, and obviously a team like Xanadu, who has just been smoking hot coming into this grand finals, might be a little too much for Last Chance to overcome, at least initially. So it's going to be important for Last Chance to win this first game to set the tone for what they want to be a quick 4-0 grand finals and get this tourney over with for them.
Well, what they have been showing thus far is a fearlessness, and certainly not easy to do when you're going up against the number 1 seed in any sense. Though Lukeski has no choice but to get taken out. That's going to be a 2-for-1 there from that Nautilus. Well done and well played indeed, as Leon going to try to reestablish themselves on that backline with the Bamboozler. And yeah, that's triple MPU. You better believe they have bad intentions in mind, and certainly going to provide a little bit of inking utility. With that burst bomb rush, Nori gets sniped from medium range relatively, but at the same time, a shot is a shot, a splat is a splat, and advantage taken is just as it seems. Wiltsy will be taken out by the Booyah Bomb, and Last Chance trying to make their way in and trying to stop this push here from Xanadu.
Yeah, and this is a good push going out for Xanadu. You see they're using their bombs to make Inkling number 4 uncomfortable up there in the bleachers, but did get enough paint down to build up a Booyah Bomb special. I don't know if that's going to be enough to cap the zone, though. But with the Tetris going down, Oh, and make that 2 players going down on each side. This is going to be a key battle right here, and it does go into the side of Last Chance. Doing enough in that 2v2 to flip the zone and stop the push, putting a ton of penalty points on Xanadu here with about 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, 63 to 57 as it stands right now. Last Chance trying to push into their penalty, and that splashdown going to make them work a little bit harder if they want to cap. They may well have a numbers disadvantage here. However, it's a 2-for-1. What work done by the Dualies from Last Chance as they garner 2 flats off of that exchange. They will increase their lead thanks to some wonderful individual efforts, Popgun.
Yeah, and we're seeing a great push here by Last Chance that might be a little too much for Xanadu to overcome. They do have all the players they need alive, though. Frosh getting a huge pick. The captain here taking charge and avoiding a KO right there and popping special. That's going to be enough to give Xanadu control of mid. Not just control of the zone, but control of mid so that their team has a room to work with. But, armor's coming out, but the Inkling number 4 for Last Chance. A trade right there going down. So, this is going to be a key situation right here, Stu. Can Xanadu hold on to it? It's good. Actually, Inkling number 4 is the last player alive spawning in. This is going to be huge. This might be enough for Xanadu to take the lead here, Stu.
I mean, the key is going to have to be on that remix, how much they can reach the zone, and they are going to take the lead. The Booyah Bomb trying to cut off control, and indeed they do retake it. Just a little bit of coordination, and the Ink, there you go, Inkling garnering the double, having to go down into midfield. It is 95 to 91, but Last Chance has no choice but to fight back. 30 seconds to go, and they'll get the 2v1. However, 2 bodies taken out. Neon having to clean it up, and just like that, a numbers disadvantage. The Tetras are putting in the work on this map, Popgun.
And Xanadu has a ton of specials that they can use here to hold on to the zone for those last 4 seconds. Wow, what and a wipe! An exclamation point to close out this game as Xanadu takes game 1. Again, the team coming from the losers bracket and a team that has lost to Last Chance in the last tournament, 1-3, coming in and getting a nice win there. Look at Frosh. Look at Frosh. You don't usually see this kind of stat line coming out of Xanadu. What a performance there by the captain, leading Xanadu into game 1 here. And Last Chance, man, this is the same situation they found themselves in last month. This has got to be so frustrating for them. But if they can just slow it down and find a way to get 1 win, they'll get back into that that kind of comfort zone that they were in that allowed them to kind of cruise into this grand finals. But man, Xanadu is looking really, really spicy right now.
I mean, it's so crazy because we can look at the stat lines and point out some great individual numbers. I mean, Frosh leading their team with 11 splash to go along with those 7 ink just to kind of keep people at bay, and certainly off of the elevation that Gobi Arena provides. Pulette, I'm not really sure still, however, whatever it is for Last Chance, really leading the field with 12 splats to go along with those 9 ink armors, but it seemed to be those individual plays, especially on those Tetra Dualies who had 8 splats each, but wound up providing such an advantageous position by rolling back and luring those opponents into those chokes for their opponents to kind of keep up and maybe even garner a little bit of an advantage with that concentrated shot that the Dualies provide. It was so key at the very end, especially as Xanadu were trying to get that last little push past the 91-point mark, and indeed paid dividends as we are going to go to Starfish main stage and make it rain for game number 2. And Leon back onto the Nautilus.
Yeah, you saw, or you and me saw, Last Chance readied up as soon as they joined the room. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they were going to use the same exact comp they just did. So I wonder if they're just kind of frustrated at how that went, and they're just like, let's come out strong, let's get this quick. You see an early flank coming out right away. Hayden kind of getting caught off guard there by the Tetris player. This is going to be a Tetra v Tetra grand finals here, like we saw last month, and this is a huge opening push. What a response after losing last game by last chance. They might get the KO here if they can find a way to get a pick. You see the Inkjet going off, taking down the Tetris player. Nora, getting a nice double, this splash down. But they somehow find a way to stop this push, or do they? This might get a KO.
Oh, you're running straight.
Oh, what?
No way! No, that is unbelievable. Nori is just popping off, refusing any sort of discourse. You better believe that is a knockout blow, and Nori came back with an absolute vengeance. Reloads, shoots again. We're tied at 1.
Wow, that I kind of cringed watching that. That was an absolute beat down by Nori.
And Nori got 9 splats.
My goodness. And all of those were like straight up splats too. Those weren't like assists or anything. Those were just, they got 2 wipes back to back on Xanadu. I kind of screamed for a little bit there because Xanadu got wiped, but a random suction bomb got the kill on the Rainmaker. But Last Chance was not going to be denied that win. That's why they didn't change their weapons. That's why they readied up so quickly. They were mad that they lost that first game and were ready to make a statement. And my goodness, Xanadu was not ready for that at all. What a punch in the face Xanadu just landed right there. Or that Last Chance just landed.
Oh, that was a straight up shot to the solar plexus. That is enough to fell any team of any experience level, to be completely honest with you. Last Chance. I mean, the individual effort from Nori cannot be understated. They just absolutely went buck wild, and certainly their teammates cleaning up as well. I believe the next most amount of splats on their side was 7, and certainly that paid dividends into garnering the numbers advantage. But every time we thought that push was over, Popgun, it just kept coming out. They would not stay down, and even those 1 or 2 individual picks that Xanadu got, Last Chance fired right back, and now it's going to be Lakeski who is going to deliberate on their character, their weapon pick just a little bit longer before we jump in to game number 3, and we will be going to tower control on Piranha Pit. So perhaps some changes will need to be made, but at the same time, even though it's tower control, definitely want a little bit of mobility. Definitely look for Inkling to be hanging around that tower as we take a look at the compositions, and Leon making sure that this descent stays down.
Yeah, Xanadu going with a really fast comp here, but wow, immediately we get a wipe. Wow. Last Chance is playing like 100 times faster than what they were in game 1 without changing anything on their comp. It's really impressive. They're just landing. But look at Nori again. Does this person ever chill? My goodness. Goodness.
There is, so long as there are heads to be taken, there is no time to chill. Nori making sure of this as they are going to pop off, and indeed, they make their initial push. 54 points on the board for their opening gambit, and Nori is going to retake the tower with the Nautilus. And that Nautilus, don't get me wrong, has been putting in the work, but their Inkjet play, Popgun, has been absolutely outstanding.
It's the remix too. Inkling number 4 already was 7 KA in the first minute out of your backliner. That should not be happening, especially against this faster comp, this anchorless comp that Xanadu is pointing out here. But it looks like this is okay. We finally have a moment where Xanadu is breathing here, as you see Frosh taking kind of control, getting a pick and an assist. And allowing Xanadu to approach this first checkpoint. So finally, Xanadu, after getting absolutely punched in the face for about 2 minutes straight across 2 games, has found their footing here and is starting to do some damage of their own.
Well, I mean, what do you do when your opponent starts swinging away? Eventually, you got to learn how to counterpunch, and Xanadu might just be forced to do that as they will take the lead, pushing it to 55 points on the board, just barely making it, and holding on to that checkpoint just a little bit longer. It'll be tough to get past that second point, Pop Gun. However, that's certainly a place to start. Xanadu, Leon, making sure that they have no opportunity in the pick on the splashdown in midair. Leon is going to provide a little bit of support with the 10 missiles and reposition here, but that was a big play from a big backliner.
Yes, making that was a nice cancel, which splashdown cancels is something both of these Tetra players are used to happening to them. It's just the nature of the special. But this is a huge. Look how much paint is on the ground here for Xanadu. The entire map is purple. Last Chance has no way to even get close enough to that tower. That Booyah Bomb's going to slow things down a little bit, but here comes the missiles and some more splat bombs to make sure there's enough purple on the ground for Xanadu to work with. This has been an awkward battle. Okay, somebody finally died. I have to say, both teams were shooting each other for about 30 seconds and nobody died, but finally 2 players go down for Xanadu. But the push is still fruitful as they find a way to get past that pesky second checkpoint. And Xanadu, once again, finding themselves a situation to where they can breathe a little bit, but they're not going to have much of a time to collect their breath. As you see, Last Chance, Inkling number 4, doing work with no paint, absolutely no paint underneath them to work with, and starting to find some way to get some splats on Xanadu so that they can get a pusher going on their own.
They do have numbers on the map right now, 3-2, an advantage of Last Chance. Make that 2-2, excuse me, as it seems like the splashdown will be taken out in midair. That was a 2v1 though, so you can't really expect the splashdown to actually land unless someone severely missed their assignment. But you were talking about this before, the individual effort that Inkling number 4 is putting in on the remix, and really their movement has been nothing short of impressive, especially as you're kind of walking around on the map. Being a mobile splat lane is no easy task, Pop Gun, but Inkling number 4 making it look rather easy, though this is kind of the quality of splat lane play that the higher level of competition demands.
Absolutely, and it's the kind of play that both these teams are used to playing. You kind of mentioned that these teams have been playing in the other IPL tournaments. These two teams are low ink veterans. They've been on this kind of stage before in this tournament, and this is so far this has been a fantastic set. It's going to come down to, can Xanadu find a way to hold on to this push? It's going to be hard to do. They are one player down. You see Frosh just throwing bombs, knowing the tower is going to round the corner here at some point. He's got to go for that kill. It does get it. There is one player, two players going down now. This might be enough to stall the push. The Inkjet won't be able to land on the tower, and Xanadu will find a way to slip on there at the end and take a commanding, well, not a commanding, but another surprising tower control win from them. And wow, honestly, it's once again surprising. Xanadu won that, considering Last Chance coming out strong with a strong push to start off this game, but it wasn't enough to hold on for them to win in the end.
I mean, you look at the individual stats from Last Chance. Inkling number 4 leading the way with 16 splats, and Nori obviously doing great work with 12. That's 28 combined splats between the two. That's almost as many as Xanadu had combined, just across the board. But really only 5 less, if my math doesn't fail me. But yeah, Xanadu did just fine dealing with the pressure, and eventually kept that persistent sort of really consistent, I guess is the proper word, sort of pressure on the objective, trying to push it past checkpoint in order to make it to where they needed to go. And while they didn't get the knockout victory that could have perhaps provided a statement, Pop Gun, certainly was decent enough to garner the victory. And the 10 splats that Lekeski provided with the Tetras, paid dividends as well. And the Squid in the back said everyone attack, and it turned into a Reef Clan Blitz for game number 3.
Did you see that? We went to the weapon select screen. We spent about 3 seconds on their total. Both teams immediately readied up. Like they're not even. They don't care. Like we're gonna do what we want to do. It's up to you to stop it. We're not gonna try to be sneaky about it at all. Now they did switch. Xanadu did bring in Wiltsy. I don't know. I think they brought out Frosh because I think that's Hayden's K shot that they still got in there. But yeah, both these teams like. Look, you know what we're gonna do. Try to stop it. Is basically what they're saying right here. This is gonna be a fun grand finals. It already has been so far. As we see, I guess it is kind of worth noting there is the foil Flingza with I think that's missiles on that one. I don't see the Flingza too often, to be honest with you, but yeah, interesting comps.
I mean,
even though
there's really no reason to use the Flingza in my experience. At least whenever I use it, I die a lot. Though that could just be me. The utility that the suction bombs provide, you know, there's always a usage for that. Especially it makes you wonder down at midfield underneath the bridge, people are trying to collect clams and then boom, you get killed by a sticky that you just don't see. And yes, it is missiles for the record. So Inkling number 4. Again, going to try to provide that support from the back line, but it really is just a matter of being able to find where the action is and capitalizing on it in a way that you're able to do so. And with the remix, easier said than done, lugging that thing around all the way around the map.
Yes, it is kind of worth noting. After we've seen nothing but fireworks in the first minute of the last 2 games, things have been much slower this time around. Both teams, I wonder if there's just some kind of caution here, or both teams just kind of waiting for a play to happen instead of what we've seen in the past is Last Chance forcing a play to happen, especially through their Tetris player. But at least in this first 2 minutes, if you just look at the top of the screen, it looks like Xanadu's done a good job of limiting the Tetra players for Last Chance and taking out the Junior as well here, as well as another pick on the Tetra. So this might be the first punch thrown by either team, and it's coming at about halfway through the match.
Well, finally, they are able to get the barrier breakers that they were looking for at the expense of three of their teammates. They will collect a few more clams and try to ready things up, but Inkling number 4 going to try to provide a space to perhaps super jump to with that pity clam going to come into play soon enough as the line is pushed forward. Last Chance going to try to work their way up. Inkling number 4 is going to get the barrier breakage. All they need are 2 clams to take the lead, and indeed they are successful in that endeavor. And just like that, it is 32 to, I believe, 26. And they are going to eventually get the barrier back up, but the line is still pushed forward. We saw just how successful we saw how successful Last Chance was at clearing out the line, Pop Gun, with those picks, where it was 4-1 on the map eventually as Pilet gets taken out there by by Will. But either way, it's that just didn't happen for Xanadu that time.
Yeah, and it's even though Last Chance did just take the lead there and lose some players, they still have complete control of the map. And the perfect time for the map to zoom back out. Look how blue this entire map is here. So Xanadu's going to have a difficulty getting some things going here, but taking down 2 players and missiles coming out, that's going to force some players back as well. Will flip the map control into the favor of Xanadu. And honestly, we're no less than a minute here. All Xanadu has to do to take lead is just pop the basket. The 20 points will get rid of all the penalty points and give them, I believe, just 1 point. Actually, no, they'll need to throw in 1 more clam to get lead. But with Wiltsy here making great
that's how
moves.
close it is, though.
Yeah. And with 3 players down, this is it. They're going to get... Oh, no! Inkling number 4!
They got it just in time. And they took the lead. I mean, your math was off, but I'm certain that Xanadu was not about to complain.
It totally was.
Yeah, but I mean, despite all the pop-offs that we saw, really on the individual basis of Noru at a triple that we actually completely overlooked, the Inkjet is going to come out, and they are going to be forced to be the aggressor They have a power clam in play. They have to push this line forward, and they do in fact get Lukeski. Hulek is going to be taken out on the bridge, and just like that, a 3-3 advantage. Make that 2-3. Last chance may not have a chance to push forward, as the numbers will descend upon that power clam, and they are not going to have a push. Xanadu making a statement yet again. That is how you shore things up. And 33-32. It was a low-scoring game, but certainly no shortage of action, Pop Gun, and I'll tell you why.
Look at the KAs. Look at the KAs at the bottom there. You tell me who won just by looking at the KAs. That is, oh my goodness.
But that was the case for the last match.
To win these? I know. How is Xanadu finding ways to win these games despite all these kills, last chances thrown at them? Wow.
But that's exactly what happened last match, though. We were talking about just how much the pop-offs were coming through, and again, this is not I don't think there's been a game where Xanadu has led the field in kills. Now that I'm thinking about it, Nori again leading the field with 15, but that's a game high for them, along with the 5 Inkjets, which they were getting pretty decently on the last push, but. You know, when you're talking about Xanadu and their consistent sort of methodology when you're coming up against the firepower that Last Chance provides, it was so very methodical what we saw. But if I can relate it back to fighting games for a second, it's just that's kind of what I do, Pop Gun. The saying is that neutral is a conversation where you're trying to feel each other out. And you're saying to each other, okay, this is what what my first options are. This is what my second options are. It's on you to study them and to react to them in the most proficient way possible. That's not always connecting for the most amount of damage. Sometimes it's getting that little poke that'll lead into the bigger combo that'll take more out of your health bar. And that's kind of what Xanadu are providing here in this grand final. Certainly was the case on that Clam Blitz for the Reef. They were finding out what the first options were, what the gambits were for Xanadu, and on the defensive end of things, for Last Chance, and on the defensive end of things, Xanadu were locking things down and making sure that their first options and second options were exhausted before they pushed forward. So as we go to zones on New Albacore Hotel, taking a look at the compositions again, once again, Xanadu going for a lot of range here, and we'll have to see if Last Chance can finally straighten up and fly right. They'll need 3 straight wins if they want to take it without resetting.
And they're going to need to find a way to knock out Inkling number 4, because this is a map and a comp and an opponent comp that Inkling number 4 could absolutely destroy and eat up Xanadu with, especially with that Stingray, which is kind of a niche pick for this map and mode, but if you use it in the right spot and in the right situations, it could be really effective. You're just not going to have a special like Booyah Bomb that's going to pink the zone here, but obviously a Last Chance with an early lead here, but again, we saw this in the last flat zone game. Xanadu just waiting around to the last minute to land that final punch they need to get the KO there, but once again, Inkling number 4 already with 4 KA and complete control of mid. Xanadu's going to have a lot of difficulty dealing with the Splatling on this map, especially with the comp they have.
Yeah, I mean, that countdown is going to tick down so methodically, and Xanadu, as they are going to try to push back in here, not without giving up so much on the clock, or on the board, 73 points seeded, before they are able to finally retake the zone and even try to cut into the penalty. Inkling is able to get Frosh. That downward arcing shot on the Splatling winds up paying off with just enough distance as they are forced to reposition here, and that's about what you wanted to get the Inkling out of play, even if just temporarily. I mean, what is it that Xanadu are going to have to do in order to retake this game number 4? Because right now, Last Chance are looking just a little bit more motivated.
They're going to have to kill everybody else, except for before they get to Inkling number 4, and they're having a little bit of difficulty doing that, as you see Neon the Tetra player here, starting to get some nice picks and pushing up deep into the enemy base. Does spot that stealth jump, which is the other Tetra player. An awkward splashdown. It's no surprise that he got canceled there by Frost. So the zone might be able to flip back into control of Xanadu, who has a lot of penalty points to chew through. But yeah, if you look at the top of the KAs, once again, it's the junior getting a lot of Ks, but that's mostly because of assists. But yeah, it's Inkling number 4, again with another Stingray online that is just that is definitely taking control of things, at least in the early going here for last chance.
But that's kind of what you want them to do. I mean, even if you are a backliner, sometimes you don't always have a say in just how well your team is coordinated. But when they are working, you get to do your job that much more effectively. How did you get that done? How did they retake? I mean, Xanadu, Noru's just kind of occupied in the corner, and though they do get a trade here, that's going to be a knockout victory. It looks like. What a snipe!
Wow.
That was so key from Leon, and staring into the face. You do not want to have the laser pointed at you, because that is how you get KO'd. Xanadu resets the bracket 4-1, and it's a whole new ball game.
This is the same story we've seen time and time again in low ink here. Not just in alpha bracket, but in beta and gamma as well. Whenever the team comes from the losers bracket, they're coming in more hot, they're coming in more hungry, they're coming in more determined. And last chance, this is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare, because they were in this same exact position last month against Luau, losing as the winner in grand finals the first set 4-1. So now there's so many times. How, if your last chance, you've probably looked at this last month. You probably like, okay, we were in this situation and we failed again last time. What is last chance going to do differently this time around? And quite honestly, I don't know what the answer is, because they keep their comp is clearly working. They're getting the splats they need to win the game. They're just not getting the knockout pushes that they need to do it, other than that one Rainmaker game that they showed here. So we're going right back to Clamblitz at Shipyard, and we finally see last chance taking an opportunity to actually think about what weapons they're going to use. I think we might see a change here, honestly, from last chance.
I mean, you have no choice. You just got taken to task 3 straight games in a row by a team that, I mean, if the seeding is indication, really should not be beating you. Like, that's something that, and when you look at the individual stat lines, their bottom 2 players had as many as Xanadu had as many, as Xanadu's top player, with Lukeski leading the team in splats with 9. That was, again, it's the team effort that's coming through on zones, and Xanadu making that push to take Inkling number 4 out of position just a little bit, and really making that the focus, making sure that they couldn't get outranged by the firepower that the heavy splatling provided. So going into this game number 1 of the reset, you have no choice but to reassess your strategy. This is what we were waiting for, really, from Xanadu. And as Wiltsy, with that roller, proved to be such an effective change for Xanadu, as we take a look at this composition for game number 1. Last chance, it seems like they're kind of going with the same deal. It's just a little bit of a difference with the abilities, the ability chunks that they have used. A lot of run speed for Inkling number 4, and yeah, we're just seeing it's going to be a lot of subs thrown out from Pulette, I could only imagine. So yeah, inking with the main and killing with the sub, as Pulette gets taken down early, and Xanadu, making no mistake about it, they are out for blood.
This looks like a complete flip of the script from what we saw at the start of the last set. Xanadu coming out here way too strong. But look at all those clams that didn't go into the basket. That was ultimately a great stop by Last Chance, and they were going to take advantage of all those clams Xanadu brought to them. It is worth noting Xanadu is using the X-Blosh this time around. With Leon normally who's using the Tetras or Nautilus. So while this is a comp Xanadu is comfortable with using, it's the first time they've thrown it against Last Chance. So it's going to be key to see how Last Chance, if they can do a little bit better against this type of comp versus what Xanadu has been throwing at them this entire grand final so far.
I mean, it should be noted, when you're talking about the momentum that Xanadu has been playing with, they have won 10 of their last 11 games. So that's something to, that's a little bit insane. And this is going all the way back, by the way, to their losers round 4, where they beat the Bunnies by the score of 2-1. So the Bunnies, congratulations, you have something in common with Last Chance. You took a game off of Xanadu. But this is something that Xanadu is been showing that they're just a little bit more well coordinated, and even what they're giving up in terms of raw numbers, they're making the splats that they get count the most. And Inkling number 4 getting taken out from below by what it looks like was the dualies. I can't really confirm that right offhand, but as Will just kind of hangs out there with the roller, just standing there menacingly. Nori will be taken out, and Lukeski trying to clear out a little bit of room as the barrier comes back up, and a numbers advantage for Last Chance.
Yeah, this is looking like, actually, that's a bit of a delayed wipe, even though Wiltsy did jump in there, should die, and does. This is looking kind of like how the last Clan Blitz game went. You kind of mentioned neutral ground where both teams were just kind of feel out each other. And even though Xanadu technically has the lead here, it's not really one you're going to feel comfortable with, especially now that Last Chance has all the clams and 2-player advantage, and Xanadu, well, actually 3-player advantage now, and Xanadu has no clams, but 2 players did go down for Last Chance, probably by the X-Blosh there, who is doing a good job of not only keeping the map in control of Xanadu's favor, but getting key picks, it looks like. But still, Last Chance does have a lot of clams to work with, and all they got to do is really pop the basket and find a way to just get 1 clam in there. So actually, right there, that's a huge pick by Inkling number 4. Taking out that X-Blosh is going to do a lot for allowing Last Chance to get some movement in here, Stu. It looks like they're going to... Can they find a way to get a score in?
Oh, they barely don't get that power clam. It's just Inkling was denied at the very end, and they are going to be down by numbers. Those Tetras on the side of Last Chance, on the side of Xanadu, get taken out as well. So Nori here with a power clam going to have to deal with the deluge of ink that roller of Wiltsy is going to provide. And it's they're dancing around, not really able to find a way in. This is excellent defense that we're seeing from Xanadu.
It is, and with 25 seconds left to go, are they really going to win this game? 80-100 remaining. I refuse to accept that as actual fact. But as they get a through, 2 picks, make it a 3.
Wow.
Oh, the Nautilus found a way to slip in there. Not only pop the basket, but throw in 1 clam. But with all those players dying and the map completely in Xanadu's favor, it's going to be easy pickings for Xanadu just to pick up the Mercy Clam, which they do. But everybody comes back in for Last Chance. A player is in the snipe, but goes down before a jump can come off. Inkling number 4 kills another one. That is the only power clam left, and Last Chance is guarding it like hawks. This first game, will it land in the favor of Last Chance? It does. They steal one at the end there. The Nautilus absolutely slipping behind everything. Xanadu had that one. That is the type of win Last Chance needed. Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
what a way to garner momentum for yourself. That is a statement in of itself. And you saw Inkling number 4, the work that they put in at the very end, it pays off on the stat sheet. 15 splats for them. Nori popping off yet again with 11. And the support that these other 2 players are providing certainly cannot be understated. The 8 ink armors of Pulet definitely makes you wonder why, or definitely explains perhaps why Xanadu was only able to garner 20 points worth of offensive measures. Only that one barrier breakage at the very beginning, or at the midpoint of the match, I should say. And yeah, it's that's last chance. That's the sort of shot in the arm that they really needed, isn't it, Pop Gun?
Yes, you can't go into a bracket reset as the team coming in from the winner side of the bracket and go down 0-1. You have to find a way to win that game. It wasn't pretty. It was an extremely ugly / exciting Clan Blitz game. But yeah, last chance. If they want to win this set, they had to win that first game. And I know that's obvious, but they if they don't take the wind out of Xanadu's sails, then at what point would they? So now we head over to Splat Zones at Manta Maria. Inkling number 4 is playing out of their mind in this set, but they have to keep doing it. They're consistently top fragging. We're seeing Nori, we're seeing Neon finding ways to get picks, but Inkling number 4, they cannot win without Inkling number 4 going absolutely insane. As we see coming out from both teams, there's no surprise here. The same exact comps who we should be expecting at this point.
Yeah, and all the credit in the world for Last Chance, because we were talking about what changes they had to make in order to combat Xanadu, and they just decided, you know what, we're going to stick to our guns and show that our game plan, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and we're going to make sure that we simply outlast our competition because we have the luxury to do so. So Last Chance, the number 1 seed in this tournament, looking to break a curse that you alluded to earlier on as Inkling number 4 gets that pick on the elevated area onto Leon. They're trying to be one of the first number 1 seeds, if not the first, Leon, as you mentioned, to win this thing. I'm not sure if a number 1 seed has won this before. You could correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Well, since we've switched to a top 16 top cut, the number 1 seed hasn't even made it out of winter quarterfinals. So they've come along. They've broken that curse a long time ago. But yeah, coming in front, we normally see a team like Xanadu, a team like a number 10 seed, win this thing. So it's not a surprise that Xanadu is in this grand finals, and it's not a surprise that they found a way to cap zone here. And now, on a map like this, a double zone, it's really hard to get consistent points, and it's really hard when you lose 2 players like that. But holding on to both zones at the same time is really hard to do. But Last Chance is in a great position right here because it's easy to lock players out. And when you get wiped like Xanadu just did, this might be a potentially KOing push right here, even though they got 70 remaining for Last Chance.
Yeah, but they are setting themselves up in decent enough position. They're all coming in from Last Chance left. Excuse me, I was trying to figure out the names, and though there was a lot of bodies flying around just there, that splashdown is only going to result in pain and not a whole lot of space garnered for Last Chance, so they will be pushed back even further with that 10 missile barrage. And again, how effective have these splat bombs proven to be? You're just rolling them off of the ramp. You're trying to engage someone on that little tiny elevated area right next to the zone, and then what do you know, a splat bomb rolls down the ramp and just ruins your entire day. That seems to be the case here, and certainly Last Chance providing no shortage of explosions themselves.
Yeah, nothing will ruin your day more than an inkjet direct to the face, as we saw right there. But a nice response by Xanadu, even though all the penalty points are gone for Last Chance, and they're starting to do some permanent damage. But once again, it's difficult to hold on the zone when all 4 players are alive. A nice pick by Lake K-Sky against the rival Tetris player. So the zone will go to Xanadu with 2 minutes left to go here. Frosh getting a pick there on Nero was huge. But once again, it's going to come down to, can they take out Inkling number 4? You see they're trying to do that right there, using the Booyah Bomb to defend themselves. But with only 20 points remaining, Stu, the zone keeps flipping back and forth between both teams. It's really difficult for teams to hold on here.
Yeah, but Xanadu, they've been doing such an amazing job of just keeping themselves in this. Even though they might not have numbers, though they do now, 4-3 on the map before the Bamboozler is taken out. They're still able to garner just enough of an advantage on the zone to tick down their timer just a little bit. And if they are able to get it again, they will have the numerical advantage. They're not able to retake the lead and tick down to 50, but the tie goes to the team, that gets there first, and they need to recap zone if they want the lead. But Inkling number 4 doing everything in their power, moving heaven and earth to make sure that left zone is not capped. They get the trade with Wiltsy, but just like that, despite the efforts of Inkling number 4, uses the quit. Xanadu takes it all the way down to 64, and they're still not done, Popgun.
Yes, and now that there's only about 25 seconds left remaining, again, this is where holding on to both zones can be extremely difficult to do, because it's not just that Last Chance has to stall zones. They have to completely flip it in their favor, as they do just now with 10 seconds left to go. But even as soon as they flip it, it goes right back to Xanadu. But one player going down, again, to another one of those splat bombs, as you mentioned, make that 3 players going down. This zone should go to overtime, and it is, but there's not a whole heck of a lot of points they got to go through. Xanadu's going to need to respawn and get back into the action right now, or they're going to be finding themselves down 0-2 in this bracket reset.
Yes, but also the positioning is going to be so key. What a Booyah Bomb pick there. And Pulet is going to hold down the fort on the middle of the map. And we were talking about this earlier. How did they get this 71-point advantage to begin with? I mean, it's hard to hold down the zone. Imagine how hard it must be to take it. And now all they need to do is make it so that they are not able to recap. And Xanadu hangs on to tie it up at 1. And it was not without struggle, Popgun, but Xanadu pulling it off.
We are seeing some fantastic Splatoon in this grand finals. Are you kidding me? This is the quote-unquote lower level. This is how far we've come. This is amazing play that we're seeing from both teams here. There's so much back and forth there. And again, not a surprise. Last Chance top fragging completely over Xanadu, but still lose the game. But now, if you're Last Chance, you got to be salivating at the fact that Rainmaker is coming right back up. They absolutely destroyed Xanadu last time this game came up. And also worth noting, if this does go to a Game 7, it is going to be main stage Rainmaker again. So if you're Xanadu and you're looking at this map list, you got to say, okay, we need to win now, because if we go to Game 7, we don't want to have to deal with that rematch.
I mean, we keep talking about this and bringing it up, but it's become such a prevalent theme in this set, Popgun, that it's impossible to ignore it any further. A couple of our colleagues like to talk about how there's such a focus on being the top fraggers in a set, and it was like, well, if you have more numbers on the map, then certainly it's going to be easier to achieve objective. Yes, but fragging is not the objective. And there's a couple of people on our staff that like to talk about this when they delve into the philosophy of what makes a good Splatoon team. Well, Last Chance has been picking people off left and right. They have been putting squids in body bags for the entirety of this tournament, and certainly Xanadu has been no exception to this. But you look at Xanadu, and they got 26 splats throughout the entire team on that map number 2. The top 2 splatters on the bottom 2 splatters actually on Last Chance got 22 all by themselves. And yeah, that's 29 between the top two. So yeah, they're clearly outpacing them in that, and yet they're still losing maps. It's because Xanadu is doing everything that they possibly can to get that backliner out of position so that they can't supply any of those that support, any of those booyah bombs or splashdowns or whatever the case may be. And as we're going to Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, makes you wonder, I mean, if Xanadu is looking this cohesive as a unit right now, how quickly can they push it through this track?
Yes, and we do see Inkling number 4 coming out with the vanilla-less Stingray. Oh, this was kind of the story we saw in the last Rainmaker game as 2 players immediately go down. It was Neon who did a flank last time that busted the doors wide open last time. Now we see Inkling number 4 trying to control mid here, getting some assists. And, oh, this is a great position. If they fire Stingray off here and just fire right down the middle. Oh, but is there a flank coming from that zip line? It doesn't look like there is. Wow, what a nice stop there from Xanadu, but that was still, you see why, just off of that push alone, why Last Chance was so much better in the last Rainmaker game. They know how to get themselves in the right positions they need to make pushes happen. But really, even though this is the second game, Xanadu's never picked up the Rainmaker, so we don't really know how they're going to play this mode as far as an offensive standpoint goes, but with the way they keep dying, they may never get a chance to, honestly.
Yeah, that does kind of make you wonder, right? It was that Rainmaker game on map number 2 where we thought we were watching a whole new Last Chance, where they were really going to turn on the jets and make something happen, trying to get that Bamboozler to overextend into the Rainmaker's shot. However, it did not happen, and Xanadu will finally garner some sort of offensive measure, trying to push it past mid and maybe put some points on the board here. Looks like they have a few hazards with which to navigate. As Pulette gets taken out, Lukeski is going to push forward and perhaps into the stream of that Inkjet. However, excuse me, not the Inkjet, the Stingray, but they are going to push past and get the lead. However, Lukeski gets the pick. They're still pushing, unbelievably so, but they do it, and just like that, they get 63 points on the board, and Xanadu, the efficiency, they are not getting rolled like they did on main stage.
Yeah, and that's the only push we've seen them do in Rainmaker and Grand Finals, and it was enough to get lead. A very nice play there, led almost entirely by Lake K-Sky on the Tetras for Xanadu, pushing way up there and getting all the picks that they need. With Tetra players, you usually just see them wear a lot of comeback, and you just expect them to get a trade and then immediately hop right back into action. But it's really scary when a Tetra player just pops off like that and just gets kill after kill after kill. And that really opened up the door for Xanadu to get a push going here. Interestingly enough, flanks were a big reason Last Chance won last game. We haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of flanking going on, at least on the portions that we've been seeing here. And I wonder if that's credit to Xanadu just kind of covering all their, watching all of their flanks and making sure everything is covered so that nothing sneaks up and surprises them there, as we see Inkling number 4 once again getting a nice splat.
Yeah, but keep an eye on Neon there, as they're going to shark in the middle of that stage. The 10 missiles will come out from Wiltsy, as they are going to again try to mess with the positioning of Last Chance supports, and Inkling is going to be pushed into the corner. That will result in a kill, though not before they get a trade. Leon is going to give their team the range advantage just a little bit, though they have bigger things to worry about. They got to retake mid before they even think about popping this barrier.
Yeah, and you see Neon doing that flank I was just talking about, but Xanadu is so quickly to sniff it out and force them to jump out there. So with about a minute left to go here, this isn't 37 sounds like a lot, but on a map like this, it's really not. All Last Chance really has to do is turn the corner around the elbow there, and they're going to get an opportunity to at least get a push started, as a nice Inkjet kill there by the Nautilus gets a nice double. But as soon as they pick up the Rainmaker, it goes down very quickly. I wonder, I couldn't see. It looks like they took kind of an awkward route instead of around that elbow there. It looks like they were trying to actually take the Rainmaker to the opposite side of where the elbow is. And with 20 seconds left to go here, it's actually Xanadu putting the Rainmaker on Last Chance side of the map, Stu.
Yeah, but that barrier, you still gotta be able to pop it, and indeed they do. They give themselves just a little bit of room with which to swim it out. But again, that Xanadu sitting deep and playing defense as the missiles rain down from above, and indeed Pulette gets caught in midfield right on the hump, and that is the hill that they are forced to die on. Xanadu takes Rainmaker, and that is a response in of itself. You want to get a KO victory on us in that humiliating a fashion in game number 2? Well, how about we counterpunch in game number 3 of the reset and win it 63-47.
And they did it by picking up the Rainmaker once. But basically once. They had that second push at the end there just to get it on their side of the map, but that's all Xanadu needed right there. And who needs a GG Ray when you have GG Tenta missiles? It's not often you see a Rainmaker game end with a Tenta missiles taking out the Rainmaker there. So yeah, Xanadu, the team forcing the bracket reset, now up 2-1 over Last Chance as we head into Art Academy tower control.
And if you're hearing the sound of spooky ghost voices, that might be Last Chance's past coming back to haunt them. Because this is the exact situation that they found themselves in last month, as you alluded to, Popgun, where they came into winner's side thinking that they might have a clearer path to victory than their opposition, and then they just come and get pounced on.
Yeah, this is not a fair situation for both teams because all of the pressure right now is on Last Chance, whether it's justified or not. They're the ones who are feeling the pressure right now. Xanadu is at liberty to play as loose and freely and as confidently as they want to because they're supposed to lose, you know, like Last Chance is supposed to win this. So they're the ones that have to overcome all of the other outside things that they might be feeling right now that Xanadu clearly doesn't have to deal with. And of course, we're not going to see any weapon changes, but it is nice to see that Last Chance is not readying up quickly. They're not doing that because they're switching weapons. They're doing that so that they can breathe, and that's something both teams really need to do at this point. I mean, we're deep into a bracket reset. In action is just going on nonstop. So many close games. Taking the moment to let this timer reach all the way to 0 here is really smart by Last Chance.
It's a little nuts what we've seen from Xanadu thus far, and Last Chance, I mean, it's not like they've played bad matches by any stretch of the imagination. They're very technically sound, and they definitely have an idea of what they want to do. It's just Xanadu has been able to counteract it at every single turn, and now as we're going to see Inkling number 4 back on the remix, as well as a few other changes. We're going to see Frosh back on the T-Tech as well, so definitely a little bit more Inkjet play, perhaps going to try to get into a dogfight with Nori. Aces up potentially on Inkblock.
Yes, you know, like it was mentioned, there's no real surprises here as the comps come out from both teams. Last Chance is trying to get some of that aggression back. This was what really got them that great start at the tower control Piranha Pit game, is that they were really aggressive right off the bat and just landed all the shots they needed to. And they're going to try to take advantage of that aggression right now as you see Inkling number 4 hopping on the tower, which is going to allow the rest of their teammates to push up and take the fight away from the tower here. And 2 players going down from Xanadu. Make that 3. Last player, Wiltsy, and the Nautilus player. That is such a great spot for the Nautilus player to be in. Xanadu should be absolutely horrified that the Nautilus is up there. Well, obviously they were, because they were able to kill him quickly. So wow, okay, that could have been way worse, but still, for Last Chance, honestly, I don't know if Last Chance is feeling good about that. They probably felt like they could have got the KO right there.
It makes you wonder, but yeah, Wiltsy was just kind of the only one that was hanging out up there, and you never want to take chances when you have someone of that caliber just kind of hanging around. You never want to leave the door of opportunity open. Wiltsy gonna try to take out the Inkjet. Nori, however, commanding the skies and taking down Wiltsy with just one shot. Lukeski is going to hang out here and try to make their presence not as well known as Wiltsy did just there, as You're going to try to continue this push eventually. However, you ran right into the Nautilus, and yeah, that is exactly what that kind of firepower will bring. You're just trading bodies back and forth. It's 2-2 on the map right now with that those Tetris spawning back in. The roller,
Yes.
excuse me.
Yes, as a nice stop there. Actually, they did clear that first checkpoint, so even though they didn't get lead, Xanadu's totally fine. Tower control is all about clearing checkpoints. You'll get the lead later, but it's so much easier to do when you don't have to stop at a pit stop for about 5 seconds and wait for the tower to start moving again. As we cross the halfway point here, we see Nori, who has made some amazing hero plays so far in this grand final set, trying to stop this push that Xanadu is doing here. If Xanadu can find a way to clear this checkpoint, that would be huge, because not just for the sense that they get the lead, which they do, but more importantly, Last Chance is still stuck at that second checkpoint, so they need to, this is not, as soon as I say this is not looking good, 2 players immediately explode for almost no reason. This is amazing.
What we were seeing was Frosh take the attention away from the objective, and you're absolutely right about that, as Inkling number 4 is going to be taken out by that Splat Bomb, and again, Frosh utilizing their utility of that weapon. But that's the thing, you definitely don't want to... Oh, the Autobomb. Yeah, you definitely don't want to have those checkpoints laying around, but you also can't leave it late. It's better to just take them out. And Last Chance is going to play a little bit of defense, perhaps saving the map for them, as Xanadu takes it all the way up to 94 points on the board. This is how you play tower control, and Xanadu putting on a clinic against the number 1 seed.
Yes, and if you're Last Chance, you gotta feel good that this game is still going on. And this is honestly a great opportunity if you look at the grand finals as a whole. If Last Chance can find a way to come back from this and win a game like this in this last minute, that would absolutely rip the heart out of Xanadu. That might give Last Chance an opportunity to win this entire grand finals. And honestly, they're gonna need to find a way to do that. If this aggression is going to work in their favor, but instead, it's Xanadu the one's being aggressive. Xanadu's the one throwing the punches. They're not waiting back. They're not trying to play defense right now. They're trying to find a way to get this KO in the last 30 seconds, too.
That 2-for-1 from Wiltsy could loom large, as Inkling number 4 are going to try to reposition themselves on the higher ground, but immediately as they come down the ramp, they are met with the T-Tech of Frosh. They're going to retake the initiative here, Will Frosh and company, and as Xanadu looks to ink up even more area and try to limit the options of Last Chance, this may very well be their last chance, as Frosh is going to very quickly take care of the opposition on the tower, and just like that, Xanadu match point is garnered here by a score of 94-52. Last Chance, I'll say it for you, they got their backs against the wall.
Oh gosh. Let me explain that real quick. So I said that like 20 times. So I said that like 20 times last stream, and K-Bot called me out on it, which is great. I love K-Bot, and I appreciate his feedback, so I took it into heart. Stu, on the other hand, has taken that and has actually doubled down. It has used back against the wall, even in situations where it's not even applicable. But yes, in this time around, the Last Chance back against the wall. If they lose, they're done. And but now, if your Last Chance, again, you look at this. Clam Blitz is coming up now. Mako Mart. You know that you can play with Xanadu on Clam Blitz. You've been close back and forth with them on both maps. This is one you can win. If you win this one, and then you mentally can find a way to win Snapper Canal and get some momentum to use that game 6 of Snapper Canal, then at game 7, you want to talk about ghosts that are looming around. Xanadu does not want to play Starfish main stage Rainmaker in a game 7 against Last Chance. Ooh. So there is a path here. There is a path for Last Chance to not reverse sweep. That's not technically true, but find a way to get 3 wins here and up in Xanadu at the end. But it all starts with this Clan Blitz game at Mako Mart.
Yeah, I mean, you have no choice but to have it start here. When you're talking about clams and how thoroughly you had it taken to you in that game in the first game of the set, in fact, it might not be an impossible situation, but Xanadu has made it perfectly clear that they are more than willing to contest with you what you've been thinking that you were able to dominate. And yes, they did win the last Clan Blitz map, did Last Chance. But after a victory like that on tower control on Inkblot, makes you wonder just how efficiently Xanadu can keep chugging along, how they can just kind of eat away at the confidence of Last Chance. And now they have no chances left. That they have to win here, they have to have it start up here, or else their tournament is done, and Xanadu are your low ink September champions. We are ready to go. They are lined up at the start, and they are off. And no surprises with the composition yet again, though Hayden is going with the
there is.
Yeah.
No, look at that. Last Chance has a Dynamo. Last Chance has a Dynamo now.
I didn't know that. Oh my gosh. Wow.
It took them this long this deep into the tournament to decide, you know what, we're going to bust out something completely different. Now, Dynamo works out well on this map, but that is the Tetra player. I didn't know they did anything but Tetras. And now they're coming out with this, and Xanadu's coming out with an early push. This is a push we have not seen at any point in the Clan Blitz games between these two teams up to this point. So that's such an interesting pick. They're not going to have the aggression that they usually have out of the Tetras, and I don't know how this is going to work out for them. Well, first they got to find a way to stop Xanadu from KOing them, because they're just giving them paper cuts to death here, and it looks like they will now.
Yep, that is a quick 53-point advantage on the board as Last Chance. I mean, I kind of wonder, when you're talking about things like Dynamo and Booyah Bomb to maybe clear out the area, it makes me think that they're trying to cloister up and play defensively a little bit. I'm not really sure about the thought process here. I don't know if that's them trying to be defensive for a win, or if it's them being afraid to lose. And maybe that's speculation on my part, but that's just kind of how it comes off.
No, we've seen this in other tournaments before when their backs against the wall. We see teams kind of bust out different things. So it's not. I guess it's not a surprise that we see something like this. I didn't know. I don't know Last Chance very well, so I didn't know their Tetris player was capable of using the Dynamo. But I mean, it's working out for them so far, kind of, I guess. But more so, that's going to give them more map control. But again, they're losing the aggression here. They can't keep their players alive long enough to gather enough clams to do anything significant here. And Xanadu's getting another push in. Xanadu's has not shown this type of aggression in Clan Blitz so far.
Yeah, but this is exactly what they needed to. This is a response showing that they can, from pillar to post, they want it the most. And now, as Last Chance, they're going to try to garner any sort of frontline offensive play that they can possibly muster, as Nori takes to the skies on the Inkjet, and certainly is being forced to bear most of the weight when it comes to the frontline play. I would imagine it's a weird position to have to find yourself in, where you're going to be tasked with a lot of the I guess the kill feed action, along with the whatever nonsense the Dynamo can winds up getting themselves into. It's just when you're trying to be mobile and move around, and the people that are trailing you are the Dynamo, it doesn't lend itself to being super fast, which is kind of what the North American game is all about right now.
Yeah, and you look at the KAs at the top of the screen. It's the same story so far. The Foil Fluza's gotten 0 kills. The Tetra player's only got 2. But Xanadu's the one that's been lighting off the scoreboard so far. And here's an opportunity for a push. And it looks like... okay, so that will shut down that push from there. And with about 1:20 left to go, it seems like all the splats that that Last Chance has been getting just aren't amounting to anything. They're superficious, as you would, fluscious, or whatever the word you said is when we started streaming. Superfluous, there we go. And we might see a KO right here, honestly.
What a callback.
This might be the whole finish.
1 minute is all that separates the Xanadu team from tournament victory and indeed low ink glory. And they are going to drive the counter all the way up to 78 points on their side. And it is quite the opposite for Last Chance. They will get the trade, but again, your main gatherer of picks being off of the board here, that's going to hurt you in terms of trying to garner the number advantage. Wiltsy is going to go on the offensive here and try to keep Team Green back. And Last Chance, they're feeling the pressure. It is now or never, and they will get the pick on Wiltsy while maintaining the power clam, but only for so long. And just like that, the bodies are going to fall, and Xanadu will get the wipe. And they are going to try to spawn camp here, 10 seconds away. Lakeski, let the cries roll out from the halls of Xanadu as the power clam is going to be taken up. And though it goes into overtime, there's only so much you can do now. You're going to have it waddle away. They get the barrier breakage, and maybe they're not quite done yet, but they need to get some clams in. They certainly do that, but they need a power clam, and I'm not sure they have the numbers there for it. The push might just be dead here as the last seconds tick away, and Xanadu are your low ink September champions.
Wow, that was such an amazing grand finals that we saw there. If you are somebody who does VOD reviews, look at this grand finals. Look at the KAs across all these scores. Xanadu just won a grand final bracket reset without top fragging in basically every single game that they won. They just showed the entire Splatoon community how to actually win in these types of tournaments. That is amazing. And what a win for Xanadu. One of these teams that has been in low ink for such a long time. There's one of these teams that started out at the very bottom. One of these teams that was just happy to win one, maybe two games in this tournament, has found a way on the 2-year anniversary, on the $200 prize. Xanadu wins. Today, Xanadu sits atop the mountain. How about that? How about that, Xanadu?
It was such a well-earned victory on their part, and you're absolutely right. Not top fragging in any game, really, aside from the last tower control game, and even there, you saw just how evenly the stats were dispersed relative to the other ones. Popgun, amazing stuff from Xanadu, a cohesive unit all throughout, and Last Chance makes you wonder, the chance for experimentation might have come just a little bit too late. Neon, I mean, there was proof to the assumption that the Dynamo would work as Neon winds up top fragging for their team with 13 splats, Pulette just behind with 12. But I mean, there was just so much done with their pushes. Xanadu, so very efficient with their offensive gambits and getting the picks exactly when they needed to. We saw just how many people, just how many Inklings were on the field on Last Chance's side as they were piling on the clams at the very end. That's efficiency that you can't really describe, and really one of the unsung heroes that we kept overlooking throughout this set, Popgun, might have just been Leon. Because their positioning on the back line, they were forced to respect that triple MPU bamboozler, especially when Leon kept consistently getting maybe close to double-digit splats, never quite there, laying in the background just enough to never be noticed and really kind of be the silent assassin that really let Xanadu get those pushes going and push the line into Last Chance's territory so consistently.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, you think at Last Chance, this is the second time. It's not often that we see the team that finished in second place come back in the next low ink and find a way to get back to a grand finals. Usually they'll get like upset around the middle of the pack. So, and once again, this is the first time the number 1 seed has gone this deep into the tournament. So Last Chance, they proved throughout Saturday and Sunday that they are one of the best teams in this tournament, but they just can't overcome what haunts them in the grand finals that we've seen so far this month and last month. It's hats off to them, obviously, but for Xanadu, this is I can't imagine what's going on in Xanadu's BC right now. I mean, you think about the teams they beat. On paper, they have no business beating Team Raizen. On paper, they had no business beating Last Chance, and they did. They beat both of those teams. And you talked about the run. What, did they get eliminated in quarterfinals of winners? I think they did. They went on an insane run.
By Raizen 3-0. Yeah, they were beaten by Raizen. Yeah, it's a little crazy to think about that. I mean, Xanadu, what they were able to accomplish in this tournament, certainly worthy of celebration, and they get their revenge on Raizen in losers final by a score of 3-0, and then in both the grand finals and true final set, they win 4-1 over Last Chance. Definitely a measure of sympathy for Last Chance, because that is a tough way to go out 2 months in a row. They will have approximately 30 days to think about it before we get to our next Low Ink tournament. But congratulations to Xanadu winning the $200 prize, and thank you to everyone who watched here tonight or today, whatever it is, wherever you are. Certainly like to thank you for taking the time to visit us, for trusting Inkling Performance Labs for your entertainment for this afternoon, and certainly Inkbearer for manning the production desk, as well as Popgun for being the co-commentator with me here today. That's going to do it for all of us here at Inkling Performance Labs. I'm Stu, the announcer, saying good night, and until we meet again, happy splatting.